Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that. But y'all don't say that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Oh my god, you guys, it's breaking news right now. SF just posted this on Twitter. Our expert analysis confirms the truth. Wow. They really can't get their grammar straight, can they? We could probably tell who has put this together, and I'm guessing it's Cluminasty and Clitoris. So let's take a look. It looks like they do confirm that this is in fact one of the feet. I get that they're trying to laugh off their pain after licking their wounds because they know that there's something more to this photo. I know this because he admits where the photo actually came from, that it was taken from the flashlight video. So laugh it up all you want, you guys. It's all good because we all know what's coming. Clank, clank. You're going to the clinker, Chris and Katie, to the clinker. Let's look at their expert analysis, shall we? Oh, here it comes in brighter, except for the toes don't line up. The second toe is right over Chris's face where it belongs. I hope no feet were harmed in the making of this trash. See ya, Nancy Grace.
Oh, wait, Kimosabe. This is my house now.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Thank you all so much for being here tonight and thank you for chatting it up in here while I was putting all of this together. I'm so sorry, but I had some last minute things I wanted to kind of watch a little bit and understand so we could discuss it tonight. And I was also having some connection issues along with that. So it's good to see you, Judy. So nice to see you. I am Two Bear. We have Donna. Hey, Donna. And Christine. Let's see. Forever Nikki's mom. Thank you for being here, Forever Nikki's mom. We have Hey Jude. We have Mally Cat. Good to see you, Mally Cat. Judy. Hey. So tonight we're going to go over Chris Hall's video from the mob, it's a live from the Mob Crew. And he does a fantastic job over there. So definitely go check him out if you don't already know who he is. But he is very popular and super smart. He has a lot of background in technology and things like that. So Pincho Paxton, when he did, or it's the Great Minds, I'm going to have to say it right next time. Anyway, Pincho Paxton was featured on his live, and he did a fantastic job as well, recreating the Lights video. So who would have thought we would have been able to look at that Lights video and see it with the 3D model? Very cool. Don't expect that out of me because I'm not there yet, if I will ever be there. But good to see you, VW Holla Girl and Cajun Juju. Margaret, hey Margaret, I finally made it. Couponing. And good to see you guys. And so tonight we're going to go over that. And then we're going to look at some images that just came out. So this is brand new images. You know, one thing I do want everyone to consider when we're looking at these images, we can interpret and we can misinterpret information. So it's all based on, it's all open to interpretation, and it's all based on our perception of these images. And so there's a lot of different things, and you can see, and I know I've talked about this before, but just another brief disclaimer. There's a lot of different things people see in different ways. And so we even feel things in different ways, and we go through things in different ways. But when we're looking at an image, some people can put things together, and some people are a little bit slower to do that, and then some people can't really see it at all. So but nobody is wrong here. So just when we consider this photo, let's just consider it as something that these photos, maybe in court, they wouldn't really be something that would convince a jury. So let's always keep that in mind, because if we gave these photos to a jury, it's very difficult to find out who these people are. And unfortunately, I wish that wasn't the case, but it is. But the good thing is there's a lot of technology that we wouldn't have, obviously, as a creator. Maybe you would if you had the money to purchase it. But there are many different ways that they can take this photo and enhance it. And the videos they have way more footage than we could probably ever imagine. I'm sure there was a lot of Ring cameras in the area. So I know that in the beginning, Sheriff Craddock, he was Chief Deputy Craddock, and now he's the sheriff. He did go over the fact that they had a whole lot of I think it was day 4, excuse me, it was the day 4 press conference that they held. And he did say there was tons of footage, but that they didn't have anything yet. Now, I wouldn't expect him to let us know if they only had small bits of footage. So that's why when I think about the validity of this photo and all of that stuff that comes along with it, obviously we really can't see who it is. But in the same way, I really feel like they have more and they can do more. So I think that after we discuss this particular photo, and then maybe subsequent photos, because I do want to talk about Chris's live tomorrow, I think that we should really leave these images up to law enforcement. And I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer about that. I don't mean to take away from what I think the photos are, but I also want to simmer down a little of the craziness that has come along with putting these photos out. So I am too Bear. And so with that being said, I would really like to kind of get on with things and talk about some other topics, but I would actually really like to get into some of these newer images that we're seeing. Now, these images came out from the PI, and it wasn't Seth's PI, it was for the Proudfoot's PI, Steve Fisher. And he put these out. We did talk about them on Saturday. So with that being said, I would like to go over some of the things that we went over on Saturday. So we'll watch, and a lot of this, a lot of what we went over on Saturday is kind of talked about here, but they did, Chris Hall did an awesome job of putting his live together, and we're kind of going back through some of the evidence, which is really, really neat. So I think you guys will enjoy it. And I'm sure some of you have already watched it, but let's go ahead and get into the first clip.
So let's get into the photo. Let's just jump right into it, because to me, there's a lot, and I don't know if, again, I don't have a lot of time, especially I've been just kind of bedridden until I've these past few days. So I haven't really had a chance to watch other channels as much, and I don't really anyway, because I don't want to get influenced and copy somebody else's work. I know when you start covering the same case and you have 20 different channels or more covering the same case, of course people are going to be going over the same stuff and probably talking about the same things. So it's it's not going to be huge shock. All right, so let's get into it right here. Okay, so as you know, the PI, he put out this Twitter, and he kind of shamed Justin from the and this is I'm gonna debunk this right away. I'm gonna show you guys. There's so many things that people I think just don't think about. They want to just quickly, I don't know if they're on the other side, I think they just want to fit their narrative, or they're just, maybe they are trying to help, but they just, I don't know, they're not spending enough time, or maybe not have the experience with field of view. There's so much that they're clearly missing on this. So okay, so this is posted 2 days ago, so this is Saturday. Now he goes in and he kind of goes after Clutch and Pearls, which I think it's just terrible to be calling other channels out. I know I call him a clown because in my opinion, the way in this sentence. So let's just bring this up. And again, I'm not going to really focus on him as much, but I'm just going to read this, and I hate this because this is such a hypocritical statement. Seth, Tony, Bull, all these people, Clutch and Pearls, rest of the gaggle of grifters, and it's just so old calling YouTube people grifters, because when you're on YouTube, especially when you've made a channel, and you're at a certain subscriber rate, it's just all part of the process, right? I think it's one thing if you're just getting donations and people just want to send them in because they want to support you, and believe in you, and like I said, you guys make. I wish I could shout everybody out. I wish, but we'd be here all night. But anyway, it's just so hypocritical because he was on the channel of Illuminati, and I hate to mention other people's names, but just as a reference, if you watch her channel, she's going live at least once a day, if not a couple times a day, for hours. And you got PayPal running along the bottom, all that stuff, and she's getting donations, and I don't care, but then she hashtags Sebastian Rogers, and I click on the show, and it's like, okay, am I going to get any information, learn something? No, all I see is just dissing on people, and it's just like, how is that helping Sebastian Rogers? I mean, again, I don't want to go after these people, but it's just so hypocritical because you're going to claim people are grifters, yet you're being on a channel that technically is doing the same thing that you're claiming, and then on top of that, you're getting paid by these guys. So it's just asinine. But let's move on from that, because again, that's not where I want to focus. The focus should be on Sebastian and getting this solved, and all of us coming together, right? Like, screw all that nonsense. It's just so stupid. Anyway, so let's see what he says here, because I'm like, so what's the, cause I'm like, why is he putting this out? What's his argument? Cause when he did the cars, it kind of made sense, cause he was like, well, see, here's the Uber driver. I was going to say DoorDash, cause I always do DoorDash when I do DoorDash, but, yeah, so he puts out the Uber driver just to show, hey, this is the cars. So I understand that. But then, so here's what he says. We have footage from behind the house, and this footage is huge. Like, to me, in my opinion, if he has, clearly he has this footage, depending on how much he has, we don't know. Does he have like a 24-hour time frame? Is it from like midnight to 6 a.m.? Or is it just like 2 hours between 3 and 5? Who knows? We don't know how much he saved. I mean, I'm sure the investigators probably grabbed as much as they could. But I digress. What, what's the motive of putting this image out? And so let's see what he says. We have footage from behind the house, just as we have footage from in front of the house, which, he showed that with the garbage truck coming across, along with over 100 hours. We've heard that from across the neighborhood.
Okay, guys, I was just making some brief notes because of what Chris was talking about. And so in the beginning, of course, we did read this last week. So if you haven't had a chance to go listen to it, definitely listen to my previous live, and it was on Saturday. So there was a nasty message attached to all of this from SF, and it was a 306 photo. Now, we don't know if the timestamp is correct, and we're going to see it also throughout or sometime within this live that I'm playing here for you. And they go against basically the other photo. So that, of course, I showed the Dr. Scholl's reenactment, if you will, of the photo. And they kind of, their next plan of attack was this 3:06 a.m. video in question on the night that Sebastian disappeared. We know that this came from some camera footage from LE, right? Okay, I'm not sure how this originated, and I don't know if they spoke too farly about it in other lives. So there are some people out there that might have some more information on it. Now, I do know that this is footage or coming from some footage that was pointing towards the Proudfoot's house, kind of the side of the house. And we'll go over that a little bit later. Anyhow, Chris talks about the drama. So a lot of drama has come from these photographs. A lot of drama has been in this case, I think, probably since the first week. Since the parents didn't come out, there was no scent, there was no footage. There was a lot of things that were questionable in the first week. And law enforcement was out in full force. They did exhaust every resource available, in my opinion. They even looked into the patterns of children who either run away or decide that they're going to elope, because sometimes that happens when children have autism. So they did consider these things. They also looked throughout drains. I mean, they did a whole full-on search, and then they researched, and they were to the Proudfoots 10 times. I mean, there were many things that they did in that first week alone. And then, of course, on day 4, they did have a press conference. And then on day 8, they started scaling back the search. So there was a lot of drama. The parents were not out right away, but soon after, Sebastian went missing, Seth went on and spoke with Nick Barris, and then Chris and Katie went on Duchess for the Missing, and then subsequently they went on the local news network. And so the problem that I have with all of that, excuse me, was that most parents that have a missing child, they may not go on the news the first day, the second day. Maybe they're holding out hope that they're going to find their child soon, because obviously, the longer it is, the worse the outcome in many cases. Sometimes that's not true. But I think it's important to consider that, I think it's very important to consider that. Either way, I think that is what drummed up a lot of drama. And then also the fact that the first time the people who last seen Sebastian, well, Katie or Chris, who may or may not have been at his job site allegedly, He may or may have been in the neighborhood, allegedly. But with that being said, the fact that they went on Duchess for the Missing as their first interview and that they didn't interview with a local news station was a red flag and a half. Like, it was a huge one, and maybe even a half. So that's my take on that. Grifters. So we have grifters, tragedy pimps, whatever you want to call it, right? It's the same thing, meaning on the YouTube streets. And basically, those are people who decide that they are not for Sebastian. There are a lot of them out here, and there are a lot of them in this case, and a lot of other cases out there. So they're not, it's not something that is unique to Sebastian's case, but the amount of trolls and the weirdness in this case. I mean, they found a mannequin in the first week. There was just so many oddities, and I don't know if that was something that was done intentionally to throw the public off, allegedly, or if it was something that people just decided to troll this case really, really hard. Or maybe people like to play with mannequins in the woods. I don't know. Either way, hey, The Path, good to see you. Princess Buttercup, Frank, good to see you. Good to see everybody coming in. Welcome in. I'm sorry, I just have my mind running at 1,000,000 miles an hour because I missed a live last night, and I'm trying to get in everything that I can possibly get in. So I apologize for that. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. And so, he talks about getting the focus back on Sebastian. And I agree with that. I do. I agree with that. Missing children's cases, even though you're a even though you are a YouTuber or you're a creator, whichever one you'd prefer. I think Seth calls us YouTubists, which is funny. I like that. Um, I I think that it comes with the territory when people like you and when they want your channel to succeed and they really believe in who you are, as Chris Hall mentions, they are going to support you that way. And it's wonderful. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. What I do have a problem, excuse me, what I do have a problem with is when I see a child like Sebastian who was failed, who really didn't have a chance, and we're seeing his parents not coming out. We're seeing his parents go to these hate channels. Excuse me, I've been talking a lot in the last few days. When we have those elements, it's never going to be a good outcome in the end. When we have those elements, that's why we are seeing so many people out there that are attaching themselves to the case, in my opinion. And that is a direct result of the people that the parents have chosen to befriend, in my opinion. Wouldn't be my first choice, wouldn't even be my last choice. And I don't mean that to disparage anyone, because I think that in some sick way, they actually think they're doing some help to find Sebastian. But in the same token, they're making tons of money. They are tragedy pimping, if you will. And that's not the way to do things, in my opinion, because a missing child, what their families are going through, even if they act weird, I would never want to ever have to go through that. And I would never, ever wish that on my worst enemy. And I mean, Katie does say that. They said that a lot. And actually, I found it to be a little excessive. However, that's something that you wouldn't want to ever go through. And I think, in all fairness, that we do have to consider that as well. So it is what it is. But when we see people, creators out there that are taking advantage of a situation, who cannot stop talking about other creators for 5 minutes and talk about that sweet young man that's up there that and his t-shirt says refuse to quit. Maybe they should quit doing what they're doing. Because I refuse to quit doing good. And that's my take on things. You can get up here and talk about a whole lot of things. It takes some effort to go through and talk about the things in this case that are maybe not the most interesting drama-filled things, but I think it's important to examine those things and not get pulled into the mess and the messiness of the drama on the hate channels. And so that's just my take on that. We need to keep the focus on Sebastian. He is the one that matters. He is the one that's missing, and he is the one that's been missing for almost a year now. So we're in February of 2025, and we do not know where this young man is. I am very grateful that we have some kind of inkling of evidence that has leaked out, however it has come out, because I do think it's of importance, and I do think that it's relevant, and I think that we need to absolutely have faith in law enforcement. Also, come together. So this brings me into the photograph and how I obtained the photograph and how I took the image and I enhanced it to make it so we can see a little bit better what the image is. Now, I do want to thank everyone, and I do mean everyone, for sending me all of these images. And if I haven't had a chance to get back to you, I so apologize. But I've looked through them. I'm reluctant to keep showing different types of them because of the hatred and the disgusting shit, excuse my language, but shit that has come along with that photograph, with one variation in particular of that photograph. So I want to go into the chain of custody, if you will. And I know that might be a little bit dramatic, but it fits. So the chain of custody was January 23rd of 2025. I receive a image from one of my moderators. And I looked at the image and there were 3 of them. The cleanest image that I found of the bunch, I took it into my software and I edited it. And I looked at it and I kept playing with it until I realized what I could make other people see, right? And it was basically adding filters and changing some of the tint, contrast, da 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 da. I'm not going to bore you. Either way, I produced this new image that was remastered, if you will, enhanced. I didn't change the image significantly. I wanted to keep it as raw as I had it in the beginning. The other 2 images that I had, I simply couldn't work with. They were too far enhanced, and they were just not workable, if you will. And if you guys are familiar with the photoshopping and the different softwares and things like that, then you can probably understand what I'm talking about. Now, when you see an image and it's very, very colorful and, it might be really purple and different colors. And I can probably show you this because this brief example. So this is one like the one that was sent over to me. And actually, no, that is the one. I'm sorry. I loaded some images on here and I thought I clicked the wrong one. So either way, this is kind of what I'm talking about here. You can see in this image that it's very purple, pink, more of a, I should say, magenta. And then you have this orange color that some people think is a truck, or it's been alleged to be a truck. Some people probably don't think it's anything, but either way, you can see that image and it's hotlined in magenta, and then you have the orange. And so this has been a heavily modified or enhanced image, and you can still see what's kind of going on if you look closely, but I overlooked it. I am guilty of overlooking this, and it's just because I didn't see it, right? But then when I took this one, this is the one that I could work with the best, right? So then it was this. Okay, so that's what I ended up with. Now, on January 28th is when I worked on this particular photograph, and I was sending it around to my mods, and I was talking with them about it, and we were kind of discussing what we were viewing. But there's a couple of things here. So one cool part about working together on YouTube is that we all are in different parts of the country, right? And some of us are in different parts of the world. So it is so awesome to me and exciting that we can all get together for Sebastian to really for a common goal and to speculate and come up with new ideas. And so this case doesn't go cold because we don't want it to go cold. It's definitely red hot at the moment, and we don't want that to stop until he's found. So I just thought it was really awesome that I'm talking with all of these people and I'm sending it out, you know, that sort of thing. So the one person that I was talking to that I did share this image with, because it was out there, people were talking about it here and there, right? And Justin, and I just wanted to let you guys know as well that Justin's live is how this photo originated into the beginning. I mean, so um, it wasn't anyone else other than him, and it's definitely not the Idaho 4. That was absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion, and I was like, whatever, it didn't, whatever. And so, with that being said, this image was, to me, important. When I enhanced it, I could see it better. And so when you're not sitting right next to somebody, you can't really discuss the image without labeling the image. So I know there's been a lot of talk and a lot of drama and a lot of craziness about this. I would call it, I would definitely call it like hysteria over this. It's absolutely bonkers to me. But there's a lot of hysteria about this. Like, the hate channels are going completely ballistic. It is getting ugly, and I mean fugly on that street, on that YouTube streets. But nevertheless, it's here. It was released. So the reason why the photo was labeled in the first place is so that I could show someone else the image, and then that person took the image and they wrote on the picture. So the first one I sent them was just the regular one. I was like, "Do you see anything in this?" And I didn't say anything, right? And then they're like, "Oh my gosh, yes." And I'm like, "All right, well, show me what you see." And then I went ahead and I showed her what I was seeing. So I did that, and then I sent it over. And she sent hers over. And I was like, "Oh, wow. Okay." So obviously the first time I told you guys this, so please go back and watch my previous lives, because I'm not going to keep going over this. All right. Because it gets boring for the people who have been here a bunch of times. So with all due respect, please go and watch the other videos. But and I'll actually make a playlist for you guys so you can watch them like that. You can go to that playlist and they'll all be in one spot for you. But because we're not going to keep on discussing this over and over and over again. So I will go over the chain of command one more time briefly in a shorter format. But when I received the image back, I realized that my friend, my moderator, was seeing something in there in the photo that I wasn't seeing. Now, this is the awesome thing about collaboration. It's the awesome thing about other people's perspectives, because I was seeing an arm around Chris's neck, like around his neck, as if he was carrying someone and their arm was around his neck. The other person saw three people in the photo, one being carried, one being allegedly Chris, and the other one being allegedly Katie. Wow. That's a big difference, right? Because that's a whole nother person inside of that photo. Hey, Susan, good to see you. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to keep my train of thought tonight. Good to see you, Faye. And so with that being said, it was one of my moderators on the 23rd, on the 20, which was when Justin's live came out and he was speaking about it, right? But he had been working, this is what's even way cooler, right? Because he had been working behind the scenes with Chris from the mob crew. So everybody, and also there was another person, Girl Mom 2. Sorry, Girl Mom 2. I had to think of that really quick. I didn't want to call you the wrong name. And so what's really cool is that team was working on it too, unbeknownst to me. Like, I didn't know that, you know, and they didn't know we were working on it. And so it was really neat because what I decided to do was post the one that was sent. I posted the one that I sent to my moderator that we worked on together. After I modified it and everything, of course. So I wanted you guys to see what I received, then what I modified, and then I wanted you to see what I thought it was, and I wanted you to see what my moderator thought it was. And the reason I wanted to do that is because I don't only want to see things from my perspective, because I don't find it to be productive. And I also don't think that it can spark new ideas, right? Because I only have one brain, but if somebody else's brain is working, it's awesome, right? And so what's even cooler is that we have all these people in two different teams working on this for Sebastian, because he's who matters. And I refuse to quit. And so I think there's a lot of you out there that refuse to quit. And we're going to keep going with this. But I'm not going to beat a dead horse on the image. And I'm not going to keep talking about the same topics on the image. So I'll make you guys a playlist. We have to move on, and we have to examine more upcoming things in the case. But we do have new photos, so that's fantastic. Okay, so, but I know that there were a lot of questions about this. So again, the flashlights video wasn't where this picture originated from. The picture actually originated from another bit of footage, and we're going to kind of get into that a little bit more a little bit later. But my way of thinking about this image is that I think it was really awesome that we were all working so hard for Sebastian. So I just want you guys to keep that in mind when you hear something about hate, when you hear something about, I don't want to work with that person because they're not on the green team and I'm not on the green team and I'm on whatever freaking color team there is other than the green team. Because to me, Sebastian's army is who matters. We are strong and we do not stop until he's found. And we're the reason that, in my opinion, Sebastian's case has not gone cold. And the reason why I thought I should put this image out there is because maybe if people can see what I'm seeing, maybe we can put a little bit more pressure on. Maybe we can keep fighting. Maybe there's some hope. Maybe there's something. So sometimes when we see these images, we could think the worst, but we can't always think the worst about everything. Sometimes we have to see that silver lining. Sometimes we need to see that there's going to be a rainbow after the storm. So my mind doesn't automatically go to foul play, but when I see someone being carried, that's kind of hard to see. And so I know a lot of you were very upset, I guess would be the word, scared, fearful, because we're watching someone being carried out. But again, I really feel like, and this is something because I was watching a close friend on replay, that I honestly feel like law enforcement is doing everything they can. And I think they know, but they want to make sure that they have everything they can do, or excuse me, every bit of evidence and they are doing everything they can do to make sure that that conviction happens. And at the end of the day, you know, jeopardizing that is something that I don't think anybody should ever do. But with that being said, knowing that we're a little bit closer to finding out what happened to Sebastian is something that gives me great hope. So with that, let's watch another clip.
I said, if we could, and if I knew, I know the addresses, like about 80% of the addresses that have cameras. Again, I don't know where all of them are actually positioned, but I'm when I say like every other house has one or more cameras, there's just no way they don't have evidence and they're not building the case. I think this case is going to be solved this year. I'm hoping it'll be a little bit sooner. It possibly could. Hopefully, maybe I could have maybe a 5% chance of a tip that could maybe break something. I don't want to build that up, but I'm just going to send it in just because, I want to do my due diligence. And there was something I'm holding on, and I wanted to be able to piece it together. And now I can, and well, I'll kind of go into it. I will further on as we go through the week, but I want to make sure I turn all that in first. It continues. Sebastian is not being carried anywhere by anyone. There's no people lurking or moving around in the backyard or common area. Now, this is where that statement doesn't really, it falls flat, right? And I know where he's talking a little bit about that photo that, for those that, and we will bring that photo up. I'm going to talk about that at the very end. But it's the photo where it supposedly shows, Katie and Chris. It's like the enhanced video behind the car or something. And they allege that, it shows them putting Sebastian in the car, which I'll give my opinions at the end on that. But then he says there are no people lurking or moving around in the backyard. Well, how do we know that when you just give us a still image, right? Like, if you just give just a picture, and then someone's going to be moving just like seconds later, well, we don't have the full It's just like, we don't have the full context. You're trying to tell us, but we don't have the full context. You clearly have something. But in my opinion, if I was SF and I truly thought the Proudfoots were innocent, why not release some of this? Like, especially this angle. Like, if I saw this from like at least the 3 to 4 or like 2:30 to 3:30, and I didn't see anything like moving or wandering around, I would kind of reevaluate some stuff. But right now, if you're not going to release anything, but yet you're claiming you have all this footage and like saying that, you don't see anything except for, referencing some other people. And anyway, so I digress. All right, let's get into it. Let's break this down, guys. You guys ready? Because I think, I'm just going to give my point of view. I know other people have broken this down. Have you noticed, let's see, have you noticed the reflection? Oh, let me pause this. I'm sorry, guys. Have you noticed the reflection of the trash truck in the tailgate in the car video? I'm not sure, and boy, I wish I could pronounce your name, but it's upside down in reverse. I see crime and, conspiracies? Crime and conspiracies. Boy, you make that hard. I gotta have a mirror when I have your name up there. I'm not sure exactly which one you're talking about. I kind of understand the context, but I'm not sure which car video. Or unless you mean the Mysterious Lights video. I don't know. All right, but let's get into it, but I don't know. Maybe it could be a good question. I'm not sure. And yes. All right, so let's break this down. So he releases this, right? So we got timestamp at 3:06:51. That's eventually. Now, again, we don't know if this timestamp is real. I'm praying it is. I would lean more towards it is than it isn't, because I don't know why he would just go out of his way to blur this stuff out. Again, I when it comes to him, you never know. but I'm going to say that there's a good possibility it's him. So now this is very interesting because it's 306. Now we have that car at 258 that we don't know, but I have an idea. Again, I don't know if I know what that car is, but I have so far the best lead that I can with that car to this date. Now, does that mean I have the right car? Absolutely not. But it does fit into everything that we're going to talk about. And again, I'll have to kind of maybe be careful with what I say until I can turn this in. So let's break this down. What are we looking at, right? For anybody that doesn't know. Oops. Should probably spread this out just a little bit more. So we are looking, for anybody that has not seen this, we are looking at the backyard of, so this is the Proudfoot's backyard, and this is their home right here, right? And you can see they said house blurred for privacy. So their home is kind of here. And then we see this light. It's very bright, right?
Oh, sorry guys, I was smoking a cigarette and caught me. Okay, so wow. I try not to smoke like on camera because I don't want to be a bad influence. So there you have it, folks. So when we're looking at the picture, we are looking at something that is very, in my opinion, faked. And they took this image of, and this is an image from a camera, a home camera. So it's home surveillance looking towards the Proudfoots. And Veronica. Sorry guys, that's so crazy. Okay, so because usually I like watch the timestamps and stuff, but I was thinking as I was looking down, and yeah, you guys caught me. I'm busted. And so I get sometimes I can go for like the whole live and I don't need a cigarette, but tonight is not one of those nights. So either way, thank you for understanding. So this picture is blurred out in many spots, and we did talk about this on Saturday. The timestamp, it didn't look like one of the timestamps you would typically see on, like, say, the Texas Roadhouse video, which was from Reach for the Sky surveillance. A surveillance picture, you know, it's something completely different. And so you see it on there. It's a text bubble, right? Or it's a word box that you can go into a program and you hit text. And then I'm not kidding you. Excuse me, you go into your program, you upload the photo, it pops in, and then you add a text box at the bottom and you type in 3:06 a.m. and 51 seconds, and then you put the date on it, okay? I do that in my videos, but I'm not per se a professional, right? By any means. I'm not even a professional YouTuber yet. But nevertheless, I have the software and I know exactly how they've done this, because it wasn't like it was a little running timestamp that you see. Most of that font style is very boxy, and you can definitely tell that in the picture, this was an add-on, if you will. He's also blurred some information, and I find it comical that he's blurred this information out, and it seems like irrelevant information. Like, he blurred out some of the porch on the left-hand side of the photo, which I don't understand why he would do that, because what do you see? What's up there? You know, it's not like he blurred out like a little sign that says the Smith family or something like that, because he didn't want the neighbors, he wanted to keep the neighbors' privacy intact. It was just it was a bizarre placement, we'll just say that, in my opinion. But then we also see this long strip blurred for, and okay, you know, if you're going to show something, again, we did say this on Saturday, but Chris echoes this now in his live, and he says that why didn't the whole footage come out? Because you can't tell anything from the still shot. Again, like I was saying before, when it comes to the still shot that we were passing back and forth, and after I had enhanced it, We're communicating across the country, and so we're labeling items and we're showing each other what they are. But nevertheless, it can definitely be harder if you're not watching, frame by frame and the footage. It's easier to see these things in the footage and to really make sure that no one was in the area. So that cannot be proved with one still shot. So that was another thing that was laughable about the photograph that came out. Um, Even the outline on our photograph that was out, and that was my moderator that drew this. Well, she outlined the image, but it ended up looking like a male member, Florida, and then according to this PI, excuse me, for the Proud Feet, it looks like a foot. So, ironically enough, he thinks that it does look like a foot. So that just kind of shows that when we're looking at images, our brains will bring the image together to make it ourselves understand it, right? So we're processing it through, and it's interesting. Nevertheless, it's not going to be something that we can take to a jury and show them and say, would you please look at Mr. Foot over here? This is the guy, right? We can't do that. Thank God, because we have to go through due process, and we're innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. So with that being said, we don't have the full context of the photo here. We have a fake timestamp. We have items that are blurred out that are it's very strange. And it's one of those things where I truly believe the FBI has this information. I know there was a lot of misinformation being spread around about that as well. Now, if this was an image that, say, a neighbor gave to me of the Proudfoots, or I received it from a direct source, that would be something that I would turn in, because maybe the people were afraid to turn it into law enforcement and they felt more comfortable giving it to someone else, right? I'm not saying anybody would entrust me with that piece of information, or allegedly evidence in this case. But what I'm saying is that sometimes they do entrust someone other than law enforcement, because there is, and not always, but there is a little bit of mistrust with law enforcement. And so people are nervous that if they give it directly to law enforcement, that they might not look at the lead and everything like that, and they may not follow it all the way. In my opinion, they are doing that. And so I think they already have it. Hey, Stacy, good to see you. Thank you for the green hearts and prayer hands in the chat. Hey, Steph, thank you for hitting that like button. DNA Resin, good to see you. So, with that being said, guys, the reason why I wouldn't have given it to the FBI is because the photo is already out there. I know a lot of people were saying, did you turn that in? And that's a good way to be. That's a good question. But the reason why I wouldn't turn something in like that, because if it's out there from someone else and it was out there since January 23rd, by the time I got that, it's 5 days later, right? And the buzz was buzzing about the photo already. We had a team already working on it, and then I brought on from someone people sent it to me, 2 people sent it to me, and then I sent it over to my moderator, and we were working with the photo. She told me what she thought, I told her what I thought, and that's how we came about, right? Again. So, that's why I found it irrelevant to give this photo a chance to be on another platform such as mine, another channel such as mine, enhanced, to show you all what I was seeing. And I found that to be something that can be speculated on, but it wasn't something that was evidence. Now, again, the FBI has tons more evidence than we have, right? So if we have if this is some true evidence then I guarantee you that they have more, because there is more when it comes to these still images. So, sit tight for that. It's going to come up. But this photo was from the night in question on February 26th, 2024. And you really can't see anyone lurking in an image that is a still shot. So that's another, wah, wah, wah. Chris talks about a car, 2:58 a.m. This car is parked in the neighborhood in the spot in question where there may or may not have been a situation where Sebastian was carried or possibly walked or what have you to the car. I do believe that he was carried. That's my opinion. So we don't have the full context. If he was going to try to go to bat for the feet, I think that he should have done it in a different way. But what it tells me is that they don't have any rebuttal. They don't have anything solid to give back. And the reason why they have made such a mockery out of Sebastian's case is because they don't have the evidence that Steve Fisher is being paid to keep quiet, in my opinion, allegedly, of course. And again, guys, thank you all so much for being in here. Hey, Trishy. Thank you all so much for being in here. I really appreciate you all being in here. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next clip here. Oh, Donna's been a member for a month. Oh, awesome, Donna. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm not popping you guys up there a whole lot tonight. I'm just kind of trying to get through. We have a lot of content to go over, and I just have some really important key points that I really need to stick to, and I can be a little bit of, how the Bauer Sox said that Sebastian, like, squirrel. Yeah, that's me all day. Sometimes I can get to the point where I'm not exactly I'm not exactly one of those people. I have a very good attention span, but if I have too much coming at me or stimuli, and I get kind of a little bit loopy. Let's just put it that way, because I'm interested in this, and this might catch my eye, and that sort of thing. So without further ado, let's play our third clip.
Now, according to, I guess you could say, the other side, they claim, oh, well, and this photo, which we're going to have to talk about this photo too, because, I thought, oh, well, maybe they got this photo off Zillow, but I didn't see that. If anybody knows where this photo came from and could explain, be very useful, because it's got some major red flags. But anyway, so they tried to point out that, okay, so this is the Proudfoot home right here, okay? And this house here, and it's really weird. It's when I first saw this, it really threw me out. Like, I thought this was the Proudfoot home, and like, I thought this was like some like kind of shed. It's such a weird, compared to the angle from the, camera at the, 309, and this picture, taken from the backyard, I'm not sure when. But they try to claim that this so they're trying to say that this light, they try to put these like little arrows and try to say that the light is actually coming from this home, right? Which is actually across the street on the other side of Stafford, right? But that's not the case. They got some major mistakes wrong, and I'm going to explain it right here. So again, what we have is the Proudfoot home. We're looking at the backyard. Now remember, they're backyards, and we're going to look at a top-down view here in a minute. And I will get to the donations and stuff. God bless you guys for the support. You guys are amazing. We're going to look at a top-down view, so if you're not familiar with the area. But the two main things we're going to, well, there's more than two, but there's two big ones. But this one, which I'm sure if you watch other channels, I'm pretty sure you have an idea of what this light is. But we're going to really break this down, because that description of where they're saying the lights are coming across the street is so wrong. So what we're looking at, so here's the Proudfoot home, okay? We've got the surveillance camera that's kind of sitting off like the porch, pointed this way, right? And it's actually going past, and we're actually even seeing this home back here, right? and we get part of the shed, and we get part of the back, part of the Sebastian home, which happens to be one of the bedrooms. And I'll explain why, when this person tried to put out this photo and try to debunk and say, oh no, it's across the street. Well, there's many different things that this person probably forgot or maybe is not experienced with. Again, one of the things I'm more experienced with is field of view, camera angles, and some people don't kind of realize how things can play a trick depending on where your camera angle is at. It's huge. So, and I'll explain everything. I promise you it will break it all down. And then we're going to get into some other things. So here we go. We're going to come back to the beginning, right? Again, why is this guy even blurring this out? Like, this is at 3 o'clock in the morning. I understand if you're going to blur, if someone was standing out there, like, innocent, you didn't want to, like, maybe this guy came out to have a smoke, you blur that guy or something. But, like, why are you blurring this house? I mean, even if these pixels were gone, I don't think we're going to see much, right? Unless there's some lights, but yeah. Someone said headlights. Yeah, we're going to talk about that too. We are definitely going to talk about that. I promise you. You're still here. As long as you're respectful, but we won't tolerate any like childish stuff. I can't do it. Like, I mean, we're all adults here, man. I understand other people have different opinions, but so let's break this down, right? Because all we have is to kind of reference this is a photo, but what we need to understand is the camera that we're looking at from 309 is actually from a different angle, right? But this is clearly whoever took this picture. I don't know when. If anybody has any context to it, I would love to know. The shot kind of looks like it's either an older shot, maybe a couple of years back, at the very least, I think it's kind of zoomed in a little bit because the quality is not the best. I don't know. I'm trying to kind of make sense of it. So anyway, let's look at the first thing that we could tell right away. Well, one, if we look at this photo, notice that the shed here, or garage, one of the two, I guess we'll call it a garage. Notice it's straight up in this, somebody went in the backyard, took a photo to kind of reference, right? Or found a photo to reference. But notice in the surveillance footage, look at the angle, it's to the left, right? And I'll explain why here in a bit. But so that right there is an issue. But the bigger issue is where one camera, so the person who took that shot, the daytime shot, right? What you got to understand is they're taking it from more up. So, we got this camera that's sitting back here more to the left, and we've got this person who took like a day shot photo, but they're more over to the right, which now is going to create a different view.
Okay, guys. So, hey, Star, good to see you. Veronica, good to see you. MCE, nice to see you. Princess Buttercup, Ginger Girl's mom, good to see you. Nice to see all of you in here tonight. Oh, thank you for the super sticker, Veronica. Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. And we got Faye and Judy. Good to see all of you guys. Let's see. Oh, okay. It popped off. I wanted to make sure I read a comment, but I think it's too far up there, so I apologize about that. But you all have some really smart comments down in the comments, so thank you so much for those. And when Chris says he thinks that the home of the picture that they have produced and put out there, and I'm talking about SF Investigates again, when he says that it was a Zillow image, that they stole the image from Zillow, I thought that was hilarious because it definitely looks as if they're just giving some random image that probably has absolutely no relevancy to this situation or anything, but it is supposedly supposed to be of the shot that we're looking at. So they were he was talking about the lights and the arrows that were pointing in coming from across the street. So they were saying that they were lights coming from across the street. Now, of course, when you're dealing with a very, very dark area at night, when there's no street lights or anything like that, any light that is shown is going to be a little bit brighter, but we still always have surveillance footage in grayscale, right? It's going to turn to that gray color and objects are going to look black and white at night. Now, what he was saying is they're trying to claim that these lights were coming from a street on the other side of Stafford Court, which if you're going to try and convince someone that you are being truthful about this image and what you're trying to convey and what the image is depicting, I think that they're falling short on every aspect when it comes to the field of view of the camera, when it comes to where these light sources may be coming in or where they're not coming in. And again, blurring out a lot of this other photo, which is hard to believe as it is. And then he shows us an aerial view of the Proudfoot home. We were going over this a little bit in my Saturday Night Live, and the reason why we were kind of discussing that aspect of it is because we were going over room placement. So, you have at Faith's room, you have Sebastian's room, you have the master bedroom, you have the bonus room above the garage. They have a big, nice garage. And so just kind of keeping that placement in mind. That he was showing us an overview of that. And then again, there's no context. I know I'm probably going to keep saying that tonight, but absolutely no context to a picture like this. And then you can also see the side by side, which is quite embarrassing, just to say the least. I'm trying to be kind here. However, it's just asinine, to think that we're going to fall for this madness, right? So it's kind of on an angle, and he draws like a big red line, right? So you can see the one is flush or completely straight, and then we have one that's kind of, it's not on the diagonal, but it's like very off, right? When you put it into that perspective, like I think it would be an easy find in one of those find the difference type things where it's like a picture and you have to find the differences in the picture. There's just something a little bit off in the picture and you have to, tap on that. And so maybe that could be something that they could maybe get together and come up with a couple of more of those, and then they can sit there and test each other, find it in the picture, tap it. It could be something to amuse them while they're not looking for Sebastian. Hey, Audrey, good to see you. And we got Ginger Girl's mom, Lori. Good to see you, Lori. Hey, Chief. Good to see you, Chief. I haven't seen you in a while. Have you been lurking in the bushes, Chief? Or are you just coming back to see us? I'm glad to see you, Chief. And Susan says, Chris said that they are living their best lives now. He did? When did he say that? Oh my God, he's a real freaking asshole. I can't stand that guy. If he really said that, I'm gonna have a cow. Okay, let's move on to the next clip.
Okay, now this is huge because it's going to create a different field of view. And it's going to, so here, as our camera, we're kind of looking more to the, at an angle to the right, right? But as the photo that we can kind of try to match up to, they're more over, right? So if you had, say, if you're in a bedroom and you have a door, I've got my door back there. Now it's in the corner. I'm kind of in one corner. My door to my front room and living room, or my front room, my kitchen, is through that door. Now, if I open up that door and where I'm sitting from here, I can barely kind of see my kitchen. But as I start moving more towards my door, that field of view and what's through that door is now going to start opening up, right? So as this person got closer, when they took the photo and they're more to the right, well, now this gap, so here I've got the 2 red bars, and notice the gap where this person's at, who stood during the daytime shot, that gap is more open, right? Because they're more to the right. And so now you've got more field of view, if that makes sense. But if you're back in the corner to the left at an angle, well, now that gap's going to close because now, obviously, because of field of view, you're kind of looking at a different direction. That's going to close that gap and create a different, obviously, field of view, which is very important in this case. So as you can see, again, look how big this bar is. And then look how small this bar is because, obviously the surveillance camera is more back to the left at an angle. That makes sense? I'll get the chat here in just a second, guys. So now here's me overlaying it. I think I did this way too fast. But here's... So again, yeah, I backed it up too much, dang it. Should have split this out a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Pause it here. Okay, so here I'm going to overlay. So as you can see, I'm trying to overlay the photos, right? But we have two main issues, right? So I've already talked about the left and the right, right? So I've already talked about the horizontal field of view. But then we have another variable, right? And we'll talk about that here in a second. So as I do that, it does still, I mean, to me, it's still kind of over here, right? Where the bedroom window is. But remember, this isn't going to be the accurate overlay because it's not, we're not looking at two, like a daytime at the same angle. So it's kind of hard to like properly overlay this because we're looking at 2 different field of views. And the other difference is when this person took the daytime photo, right, they're probably standing up, right? So they're standing up and taking a picture. Now the camera, the surveillance camera, is lower. So now with the surveillance, it's going to push whatever you're seeing or comparing to up. Whereas if you're comparing to the person who's standing up and comparing to the other one, is now going to push that down because you're standing up. So for instance, if I wanted to make a short person seem tall, I'm going to take a photo lower to the ground upward and make this guy look taller, right? It's going to look taller as I get closer. But then if I go then stand, and if I wanted to make a tall person look short, then I would take the camera, get on a ladder, and take like a kind of a top-down view. I'm getting a little too technical here, but you guys get the idea, right? So not only are we working with the left and right axis, but we've got the Y and X axis here, which is now creating different issues. But now let's kind of, if we could put those together the best we could, right, to kind of accurately portray this, because even when I try to line this up, the light is way up here, right? So I still try to line this up as best as I can, but the light actually is much more up here. But that's only because the surveillance, again, is lower, so it's pushing it up higher, whereas the person who took the photo, the bedroom window, is now going to peer down lower. Does that make sense?
Okay, guys. So Faye brings up an excellent point. So the vehicle stayed in the area for about 3 to 5 minutes, according to sources. And the flashlights footage is probably at 309, about 309. So now this footage shows it's 306, and that's a 3-minute difference. That's 3 minutes before. So I find that to be very interesting too, Faye. Thank you. Poco Sue, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, guys. Susan says, my child, thank you, Hey Jude. Susan says, my childhood nightmares have come true in this story. I agree with that, Susan, and it's so nice to see you. It's very, it's one of those things that is just like terrifying. And then when we see this image, that's what a lot of people had was fear. I had a lot of comments with sadness and a lot of comments with just fear. It is absolutely scary to think that a parent could harm their child or be involved in something like this. Now, we always must consider different options when we don't have as much evidence as we would like to have. And so there could have been an accident that transpired, and now this is happening. And it's just always something to consider all options when we're looking at a case, just so we don't miss anything and just so we kind of exhaust all of our options. Let's see here. And now Chris is talking a lot about these lights, and just how they're projecting around the neighborhood. There's going to be some more that he's going to go into, and so I kind of don't want to talk too much until we watch the next clip. I have to kind of keep them smaller in case they're too large to upload. So which Chris Pocosu. You guys are so silly. Chris says he's not pervy, so I don't know. He says he's not pervy. Justice for Sebastian. Thank you, Susan. Okay. I was thinking you were talking about, I don't know why I was thinking that. Okay. I'm sorry. Hey, Jude, that's funny. Judy says, I haven't stopped, and that's a discussion from, oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Judy. That probably wasn't meant to be popping up. I'm sorry, Ron Burgundy. Good to see you, Ann Reynolds, and good to see you, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Detroit Rock City, good to see you. Peter Hyatt is amazing, guys. He did a great couple analyses on Sebastian's case. Veronica says, I bet he is. It's those quiet ones you gotta watch out for. Wink, wink. I agree with that. I don't know. Sometimes people just give you the creeps a little bit, and that's always good to follow your gut on that. Trishy says, my heart breaks for Sebastian to have to live in the house with Mr. Chris. Yeah, I can imagine that house was constant walking on eggshells, constantly. Constant punishments, you're in trouble for this, what'd you do this, how much did you eat, even though Mr. Chris wasn't at the home the majority of the time, he absolutely made his presence and control over the home known. With our technology that we have, of course, it makes it easier for people to have access to each other. And so there's no doubt in my mind, especially when Chris admitted that he wanted a picture of what Sebastian was eating, how much he was eating, whatever the case was. He wanted a picture of Sebastian eating. Talk about creepy. Thank you, Susan. Unnamed True Crime Channel, I have not verified, so I cannot clarify if the Proudfoots are selling their home. It has been speculated on, but there are ways of privately selling your home. I don't know if they have paid their home off or anything like that. And it's just something that I don't want to speculate too much on until I see some proof of it. But it would be very odd without Sebastian being found to see the Proudfoot's home on the market. I also don't know how fast someone would buy the home, or if people would buy the home for the right reasons, so to speak, because there are a lot of people out there who have kind of a more morbid curiosity about things. And I find that to be something that someone may or may not do. Now, somebody might want to go in there and try to see if they could ever find some evidence, but I can tell you by now it's probably all gone. So with that being said, you never know, though. There's things that, people find. I mean, things have a way of coming to light, so wouldn't be far-fetched, but I'm not sure about that. Whenever I find out for sure, though, I will definitely let you all know, because it would be an interesting thing, and there has been, a lot of speculation on it. And Star says, I hate thinking of Sebastian's spirit being crushed like that. I do too. That is a horrible, horrible, um, horrible thing, in my opinion, to think that he may have only had a few safe places to go to. And then think about the fact that he was at his father's home only every other weekend, so he didn't really get a whole lot of a break from Mr. Chris. We do know that Mr. Chris tried to enforce his rules and his punishments over in Seth's home as well, which is, excuse me, not. It's not like he was telling Seth to hit Sebastian with a belt. I'm not saying that with the punishments, but I'm saying that, like, if he was in trouble at their home and it was Seth's weekend, Seth said that they would ask, or not Katie, according to Seth, it was Chris who would tell him that he would like this punishment to kind of roll over. So, like, you're grounded from the switch or what have you, just as an example. To me, that speaks volumes about his controlling nature and how he just couldn't let Sebastian have any type of reprieve. And it is so heartbreaking, Star. It really is. Thank you for your comment. And Judy says, Trishy CP reminds me of how many mothers' third husband could have been if, excuse me, I'm sorry. She says her mother's third husband could have been if she'd married him while I was a minor. I'm so sorry to hear that, Judy. That's awful. No children should ever, ever, ever have to deal with something like that. And I really can't wrap my mind around, because I wouldn't allow even my ex-husband to put his hands on my daughter. So why would you allow your husband to do it? And that kind of brings me into a little bit of what we were talking about on Saturday night again. I believe that Katie is a battered woman. Now, that is not, and that is by no means whatsoever an excuse, but we have to think about the mindset of somebody that has been in that traumatic situation and how it sticks with them. When we look at Chris's previous marriages and the one brave soul who did come forward, and the even braver soul who came forward was Nina's daughter from a previous marriage, who had to endure abuse by Mr. Foote. And there is another younger brother of that belonged to Nina from a previous marriage that was, obviously not one of their children, because they only have Faith, who is the one daughter. But these other two children were abused by Mr. Chris. His own child, he told Terry Lynn that he would put hands on her in an open hand manner. And so she was too young for the belt, according to him. It just speaks to the horrific home that these children lived in, and the way that Mr. Foote's wrath goes. And it's absolutely sad, and it's absolutely maddening that even though Sebastian reached out for help, no one helped him. And Veronica says, constantly, he absolutely hated him. I feel so sorry for Sebastian and Seth. Yeah, we heard from neighbors that was the general consensus. And then we also heard from Seth that that Sebastian himself told his father that he didn't think that Mom and Mr. Chris liked him. And that's sad. We hear from Katie that Sebastian would like to dip behind a wall and jump out and scare her. But I believe that Sebastian, if he did dip behind a wall and maybe he was listening and maybe that was his way of pretending like he wasn't and he'd jump out and scare her. Um, it's one possibility. It's very probable, given the situation, given the fact that they were looking at putting him in behavioral schools. And another thing, excuse me, that I would like to kind of piggyback onto that is that keep in mind, these parents were not looking for, and neither was the social worker, let's be honest. They were not given recommendations to schools for children with autism. That is a lack of resources. That is CPS dropping the ball. That is not them doing their job in a very lazy, messy manner. And then we have this young man who is missing for almost a year from his own bed in his own home. And despite the fact that there's a Ring camera right across the street, despite the fact that we have all of these different camera angles, we allegedly don't have a suspect on camera that came to the home to take Sebastian away if that's what would have happened. We also don't have any evidence per se, according to law enforcement, which they may be keeping some close to the vest. There's no doubt that they are keeping some of this very close. Anything that they would have in a case with minimal evidence, they're going to keep close to the vest. So with that being said, because they don't want to jeopardize the investigation, right? They want to make sure that they can keep everything intact. What they have, they need to keep it intact, right? So it doesn't tip anybody off. Only the person who did this would know certain things, and those things, when they slip out, and we've seen it in other cases, those are the things that end up getting someone, put in the clinker. So it's just so sad. It's just so sad, guys. Hey, Women's Warrior, good to see you. Thank you, Star, for the green hearts. Thank you so much. Unnamed True Crimes channel says, we have a 15-year-old girl missing from my town and she disappeared walking to school. It's been 6 days now. Oh my goodness, Unnamed True Crime channel. I really hope they find her. If you have a poster, I would gladly share it on my page. So if you want to send it to my email, or I can pop it up here too. Actually, I could just pop it right up on my phone, so we can at least see who she is, what she looks like, in her description. Hopefully it's a situation where they find her soon. And Veronica says it's heartbreaking, and it really is. It's just really a tough situation. But I do have some renewed faith in law enforcement. I do, because even sometime around, well, it was the day after Sebastian's birthday, I do believe, December 8th, 2024. Seth said he had a renewed spirit about law enforcement, a renewed hope, a renewed faith in law enforcement. And Tony Mathis also has been coming out. We heard him on Justin's live saying the same thing. We've heard people that are privy and close to the case saying this. And I've been hearing it since the day after Sebastian's birthday. So I think that is fantastic. And I think that was a good time for some hope. And then now I myself, who, if you've watched my videos, you know that I have done some deep diving on the law enforcement agents and things like that in the area. We've discussed them as well. Thank you, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Thank you so much. And I will say that I needed to explore every single aspect of the case, and that's why I did this. However, I think that we all make mistakes, we live and learn. And as we get older, we can look back on our lives and say, boy, I was a real shit ass back then. Or, you know, what I did wasn't something that I should have done, and I learned a lesson from it, and now I'm going to try to be a different type of a person. Sometimes you might have a renewed faith in whoever is your higher power, and I do believe that that helps tremendously. Sometimes we have, even when we think about, substances and things like that, how we can uh, be traumatized, and maybe that's a coping mechanism that we use to help us through it, right? But then with that comes a whole lot of hurting our families, and you know being a real asshole, things like that. And so when you look back on it, and maybe you find a higher power, or maybe you decide that you want to do better for your kids, or whatever the case may be, right? And you get away from that, I think that we need to allow for some grace on that, because when we're thinking about how redemption works, it's really not up to us to say who can be redeemed and who cannot be redeemed. That is between the person, in my opinion, and their higher power. Um, and so, and I'm not getting to on a religious note or anything, guys, but what I'm trying to say is that I think we all are entitled to at least get a chance at redemption if our hearts are in the right place, and if we're trying hard. And so I think that when I was listening to this live, it really gave me a hope, because I feel like this person may have realized the error of his ways. And I am talking about Sheriff Craddock, by the way, if you guys haven't, if you guys didn't pick up on that. So I apologize. But I'm talking about Sheriff Craddock, because he did make a statement that was unsavory back in the day, and I did discuss it on my channel. But I really feel that Sheriff Craddock is 100% on board with having Sebastian's signs up, and he wants him to be found just as bad as anybody else does. And I wouldn't have said that if there wasn't such a strong feeling that I needed to tonight, because everyone makes mistakes in their life. I am not perfect. I have made a shit ton of mistakes. There are things that I've done that I'm not proud of. And when that happens, and I think everybody would agree out there, there are just some things that we just can't tolerate, right? When somebody's going to hurt a kid, when somebody's going to hurt their wife, I think that they should keep those guys locked up for whatever, as long as they can. I'm sorry. That's just my feeling, because people can actually get hurt in that situation and become unalived, like our friend Jana's sister, Crystal. She's gone. And I feel like her husband absolutely took her life, and she was blamed for it. And I would love for them to reopen that case. And so those types of situations, keep those guys, you know what I mean? If you unalive somebody, if you do something to somebody that they cannot recuperate from, then I think that you deserve to keep that time. I really do. I really, really do. And you deserve to rot in there. And but a comment online is not an offense that I believe is something that you should be put in prison for, obviously. And sometimes we can't take back what we put out onto the internet. And so I can almost feel that way right now, just because it's just hard to explain. It's a feeling. Unnamed True Crime Channel, thank you so much for donating $10 tonight. And she says, oh, thank you. I emailed you a better photo. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Aw, you're such a sweetheart. Thank you. Let me pull that up really quick, guys. I will definitely do this. I posted, that reminds me too, I posted on an Amber Alert that I got for a little baby, and I have not checked if she has been found. But if you go to my community wall, um, they do have somebody that they have someone that they think has taken this baby, and she is just so adorable, guys. If you go over there and look at her, I mean, please look at her, share her. If you see her and you live around the Fort Myers Coral, excuse me, I'm so new to the area, Fort Myers Cape Coral area, um, that is where she went missing from. And a lot of these times, the faster we get those Amber Alerts out, the faster we can find these babies. And this is a baby, like this is a little baby girl, and she's beautiful. Okay, so we have Prattville, Alabama, and not Platteville, it's Prattville Police Department is searching for 15-year-old Erica Geraldine Ramirez Ojeda, according to the Central Alabama Crime Stoppers. Erica is 5'2" and weighs 110 pounds. Oh God, she's itty bitty. Erica left her home in Prattville around 6:45 a.m. and on Thursday, January 30th, police say she seemed to be leaving to go to Prattville High School. However, Erica never arrived. Oh my goodness. 15-year-old missing. Prattville, Alabama. And she is 5'2" and 110 pounds. And I will put this up on my community wall and share it for you guys. And she is just gorgeous. There's another look. And if you see her, please dial 911 and let them know. Don't videotape anything, snap it and put it on YouTube. Go right to 911. Don't call the sheriff. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, now I was going to make a joke about the proud feet. Never mind. Let's be nice tonight. Okay, moving right along. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. The Path says that SF scumbag said it would not ABUSE, or it is not ABUSE if you don't leave marks after 3 hours. I heard that too. I actually heard like 2 hours too? Somewhere I heard that. I don't know if he's coming out and putting his foot in his mouth, but he probably is because he's a real ass. But yeah, it's just weird because a lot of times bruises will form right away, but then sometimes they don't. I can't see that being a thing. I mean, I didn't do any research and I can't prove that it's not, but I don't think that's true. If it is, then it might be a more archaic rule that maybe needs to change. But that's why it's really important to take these issues up with your local, city and your local government. And then, also the people that we elect into office and things like that are a very, it's very important to know that we're electing in good officials, for lack of a better way of saying it. Oh, thank you, Trishy. Trishy says, I really appreciate your insight into the situation of a battered partner. It is so important to understand this perspective and subsequent behaviors. Thank you, Trishy. Thank you so much. It is important. It is important because people deserve to live in peace, in peaceful situations. And when you're stuck in something like that, it's so difficult to get out. And so people will say, well, why don't they just leave? And the reason why they don't just leave is because a lot of times it's fear. I will just say this again. There was a documentary that I was watching, and a woman asked her husband, well, that he was ABUSE ing her. And with that, she said, why are you always trying to make me scared? And he said, because fear lasts longer than love. And if we think about that, it made me think of that again too, Trishy, when you said the perspective and subsequent behaviors, because there are some people that never stop looking over their shoulder when they're in that situation because they were stalked, they were harassed, they were followed around, they had trackers put on their cars, um, spyware put on their computer, things like that, to be so that they could be tracked by the person who is supposed to love them the most. And it's so very awful. And these men would rather you fear them than love them. It's sick. Good to see you, G of Twins. You're not late. You arrived precisely when you mean to. And she says I didn't get a notice till now. Oh dang, I'm sorry. I don't know what's up with that. I have to double check a couple things, and maybe I need to check some things in my studio. Sometimes things click on and off. Like, it's weird. My super chats clicked off for a couple days. And I didn't realize that they did that until someone told me, and then I was like, oh, let me go in there and fix it. And shout out to Mandy from shout out to Mandy from Spirit Seeker Squad, because she was the one that helped me get it back. The studio, you have to go to your studio. Aw, I'm sorry, MCE, to hear that. And the Unnamed True Crime Channel says, I've never understood how physical pain will make a child better. I don't either. I think it only teaches them to do the same behavior. And then also, as children get older, you can't use that method anymore. Like, it's not something that can work. It doesn't teach them how to cope with something that somebody else does that they don't particularly like in a healthy way. So for instance, if a child grows up and they're always being hit, sometimes, and this is not in all cases, but I do think when we see this, it is something that kind of history repeating itself, right? And you can't just go up and deck someone at work because you don't like them or you don't like what they said. If you're a manager at work, you can't spank your employee, right? So it doesn't teach them life skills. It teaches them that people that they love will put their hands on them. And again, going back to DV, it breeds a lot of that, in my opinion. And even more so, the people that have experienced that and think that that is love will accept the love they think that they deserve. And when you grow up thinking that you deserve to be punished in that manner, then it's a little bit easier to tolerate. And I don't think that's healthy at all. So I don't see it either. True Crime Channel, physical pain is not a way to show that. But I think we've come a long way too. So that's fantastic. It really is. And Veronica Truly says, yes, that is CP's fault. I would have their back. Oh, excuse me. I would have their behind big time. And I bet Seth will when this is over. Yeah, I mean, Seth has shown tons of restraint. Seth is a good dad and he loves his son. We heard on Nancy Grace that it's always about his son. He doesn't really care about anything. And when you ask him these things, it's amazing to see it. Like, I just want my son. I just want to see I just want my son back. And that's his message, that is his main message and goal in life right now, and has been since February 26th, 2024, excuse me, don't want to say 5, when he found out that his son was missing. Law enforcement asked him not to go out into the woods, understandably so, because they didn't want him getting hurt. And then in case Sebastian came back, knowing that they are looking for a child who has autism, who has a rare chromosome deletion, pocket of fluid on their brain. So there is going to it's a different situation than looking for a child who is 15, who may have run away, who would have more resources than what Sebastian would have to work with. Also, Sebastian left without, or excuse me, Sebastian was said to have left without any shoes on by Mr. and Mrs. Foote. Katie being the one who said she was home, in my opinion. And so there's that. He had his glasses on, a keychain flashlight, a long black shirt, long sleeved black shirt, and he was wearing pants with the stripes down the side. So that's all that he was really working with. And I think it was smart for them to make sure the parents stayed tight at home, or sat tight at home in case Sebastian did come back, because you have to figure if somebody, if he did run away, let's just say somebody didn't take him, or that, somebody didn't hurt him who was in his family who was last with him. In that scenario, he's going to be scared, cold, hungry. He's going to want his mom. I think, because little boys, there's something about little boys and their moms. Now, I have a daughter, so I don't have a little boy, but there's something about little boys and their moms. Little boys love their moms so much, and they want to protect their moms. But when they have a problem, their mothers are their greatest comfort. And so the fact that Katie stayed home and didn't go look, I believe that was the right thing that she needed to be doing at that point in time, in my opinion. But Seth, being the man, felt like he needed to do something, right? So he went out there, and he was in his car driving around yelling Sebastian's name out the window. Can you imagine, like, the dread that they were both feeling? Let's just say Katie didn't do anything. But let's think about that for a second. It's like they had to have been, like, scared out of their mind. Your mind racing a million miles a minute. Where's my son? Where is my son? That's all I would be thinking about. And I don't know that it would be fun for either person, right? Because who wants to be out there looking for their son, yelling out the window, not knowing where they are? And then for Katie, say she didn't do anything here and she really truly doesn't know where her son is, sitting at the house, that would drive me bananas. I'd probably smoke like 17 packs of cigarettes, not being able to leave, like, you can't even go do anything about it. Like, that had to have been absolutely insane. That had to have been the worst feeling, because our kids are everything to us, right? Everything. So just to put that into perspective. Now, on the flip side of that, say one parent knows something and the other parent doesn't. Say there was an accident and Katie's sitting there and she's like, oh crap, I hope we're not found out. I didn't mean to do this. Something like that. Obviously, I don't feel for that situation, but what I do feel for is Seth, who is going out there and looking for his son with the windows rolled down, probably playing his favorite music. We know that law enforcement was trying to play Eye of the Tiger for him just to coax him out of wherever he was, because he liked that song. They were doing everything to find him, and they just didn't. And now it's a year later, almost. Oh, the missing little girl's name. She's got a long name, guys. Her name is Erica. And then Geraldine is her middle name. Ramirez. And then it's hyphenated Ojeda, or Ojeda. Like Jedi, but with an A. Looky there, Sebastian. Sebastian's a Jedi, by the way. He doesn't like to be called a Padawan. Okay, guys, let's go on to the next clip, because I was jabbering away like a monkey in a tree. Oh, what I wanted to post. Here we go. And this is the details for this upcoming vigil, guys. If you are in the Tennessee area, then you can go to this candlelight vigil for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and it's in honor of him and hoping that he is found soon. So it says, please join us as we ask for prayers and strength for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his loved ones, and law enforcement in Sumner County as we move. So apparently this is going to be hosted with law enforcement. And when I saw that, I damn near cried because I thought, how freaking fantastic that we have law enforcement who will be attending a vigil like this. Now, when the neighborhood did a vigil, there are officers who live in Sebastian's neighborhood who attended this vigil. And I thought that was so beautiful. And I was so taken back by the fact that they, came out and showed that kind of support. I am so glad that law enforcement will be there. And I just have to say thank you to Sumner County for sending officers out there to assist, because the last thing we need is more fuckery at a child's vigil. Let's just be honest. It's absolutely disgusting that we would have to worry about that. But unfortunately, in this case, we do. So if you do show up there, guys, just be a support, be hopeful. If Seth wants a hug, I know he's not a hugger, but maybe shake his hand, tell him, that you hope that Sebastian's found, but please don't go there if you're going to cause trouble, because it's not fair to Sebastian. Look at his little face. Look at him. Do you think that he would want any of that mess at his vigil? I don't think so. I know he wouldn't. And they say, as we move forward, the 1-year anniversary, we need all of the strength and prayers and unity we can get. I agree with that. And that's why working together for a common goal, don't argue about who got what or who didn't get what. Don't argue about the fact that Sebastian did this or did that. We don't know. I mean, I can safely say, in my opinion, I don't think that he ran away. So, I mean, that is my opinion. But who knows? What if we find out tomorrow that he did? So, if somebody has that differing opinion, kind of remember that we don't know exactly what is going on or what transpired. And if we did, we might know where Sebastian is. Let me take my banner down really quick. So, Celebration of Life Church, 768 Forest Retreat Road. That's in Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. And like I said, I would love to see a good turnout there. I hope someone live streams it. Somebody who Seth chooses, or they're somebody on their team. But it would be so nice. I love it when people go and live stream it, because we get to be a part of it. And I think that wherever Sebastian is, he would love that. He would love for us to be in attendance and to all be united, pray, give strength to Seth, because he is just going through the damn ringer. And honestly, nobody deserves that. Least of all Sebastian, but least of all the parents. Least of all Seth, who is keeping hope alive and fighting for his son. So I just want to let you all know about that. And then let's move on to our next clip.
Now this is huge because it's going to create a different field of view. And it's going to, so here, as our camera, we're kind of looking more to the, at an angle to the right, right? But as the photo that we can kind of try to match up to, they're more over, right? So if you had, say, if you're in a bedroom and you have a door, I've got my door back there. Now it's in the corner. I'm kind of in one corner. My door to my front room and living room, or my front room and my kitchen, is through that door. Now, if I open up that door and where I'm sitting from here, I can barely kind of see my kitchen. But as I start moving more towards my door, that field of view and what's through that door is now going to start opening up, right? So as this person got closer, when they took the photo and they're more to the right, well, now this gap, so here I've got the 2 red bars, and notice the gap where this person's at, who stood during the daytime shot, that gap is more open, right? Because they're more to the right. And so now you've got more field of view, if that makes sense. But if you're back in the corner to the left at an angle, well, now that gap's going to close because now, obviously, because of field of view, you're kind of looking at a different direction. That's going to close that gap and create a different, obviously, field of view, which is very important in this case. So as you can see, again, look how big this bar is. And then look how small this bar is because, you know, obviously the surveillance camera is more back to the left at an angle. That makes sense. I'll get the chat here in just a second, guys. So now here's me overlaying it. I think I did this way too fast. But here's... So again, yeah, I backed it up too much, dang it. Should have split this out a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Pause it here. Okay, so here I'm going to overlay. So as you can see, I'm trying to overlay the photos, right? But we have two main issues, right? So I've already talked about the left and the right, right? So I've already talked about the horizontal field of view. But then we have another variable, right? And we'll talk about that here in a second. So as I do that, it does still, I mean, to me, it's still kind of over here, right? Where the bedroom window is. But remember, this isn't going to be the accurate overlay because it's not, we're not looking at two, you know, like a daytime at the same angle. So it's kind of hard to like properly overlay this because we're looking at 2 different field of views. And the other difference is when this person took the daytime photo, right, they're probably standing up, right? So they're standing up and taking a picture. Now the camera, the surveillance camera, is lower. So now with the surveillance, it's going to push whatever you're seeing or comparing to up. Whereas if you're comparing to the person who's standing up and comparing to the other one, is now going to push that down because you're standing up. So for instance, if I wanted to make a short person seem tall, I'm going to take a photo lower to the ground upward and make this guy look taller, right? It's going to look taller as I get closer. But then if I go then stand, and if I wanted to make a tall person look short, then I would take the camera, get on a ladder, and take like a kind of a top-down view. I'm getting a little too technical here, but you guys get the idea, right? So not only are we working with the left and right axis, but we've got the Y and X axis here, which is now creating different issues. But now let's kind of, if we could put those together the best we could, right, to kind of accurately portray this, because, you know, even when I try to line this up, the light is way up here, right? So I still try to line this up as best as I can, but the light actually is much more up here. But that's only because the surveillance, again, is lower, so it's pushing it up higher, whereas the person who took the photo, the bedroom window, is now going to peer down lower. Does that make, if we push this up into the right direction, that fits almost perfectly. Now, of course, I can't line it up perfect because, again, you've got 2 different variables going on, probably more than that, but, you know, you've got the left to right. I mean, and you could go forward and backwards. That even cause even more different fields of view. So, I mean, you've got a lot of variables. But there's no question this is the bedroom. I'll probably do a short video kind of explaining a little bit more. So this is huge. Huge. I cannot emphasize how effing huge this is, because there's technically, I think, 4 bedrooms. They're all on the corner of each house. Sebastian's up by the front door. And then Katie and Chris's bedrooms in this corner. And then I think they had, what was it? Faith over here. And then I don't know whose bedroom this was. And maybe Faith was over here. Didn't they have 4 bedrooms, right? Or is it 3? 3 and then 1 up top? I'm not sure. I thought there was 4 on each corner. No, because there's a garage. That's right. So you have the garage and then the 3 bedrooms and then the 1 up top. That's what it is. Okay. I had to put it together there. Harley says, we totally get what you're saying. I hope, again, because, I think people are, especially on the other side, they just want to, try to debunk something and, and they rush and then they don't think about the variables. And again, the experience I've had is I've filmed for like 14 plus, more than that. I started filming when I was like 14 and I documented my whole teen to 20 years old because we skateboarded and I put music video, or not music videos, but skateboarding videos with music and stuff. I digress. So, and then of course I learned by watching videos and some stuff, for people on techniques and, stuff that they'd use in, obviously films, but a very amateur level, of course, but I still understand quite a bit. So anyway, that is the bedroom. That is and we're going to talk about that. So look how bright this is, right? If that was across the street, it would not be this bright. This is absolutely bright, right? And you can see the home in the back here where it has the thing that goes there, but then we can see the roof of the home right here. But there's so much more to talk about. But what do you guys think? I know people have kind of already talked about this on other channels, but we're gonna put more into this too, because there's other stuff. Miss Melissa, the mob crew is amazing. God bless you, and thank you so much for the 9-month membership. God bless you, sweetheart. Okay, I'm just gonna get to chat for a second, and then we're gonna switch gears here because there's much more. Okay. So again, that's the bedroom. There's no doubt. That's the bedroom. It's on at 3:06 a.m. Why is that bedroom on? And we had a car at 2:58. And we know the mysterious lights, even though they want to tell you it's at 5 o'clock, and I don't know how many times. I'm going to do a short video and just put all the strongest points, and the biggest one should just be Nick Barris, because he's an actual reporter. It's one thing as us YouTubers, we don't have we're not reporting to a boss, and we don't have I still like to have a reputation. And that's why, I think a lot of you guys come here for, my opinions. Of course, I'm not an expert. I have some expertise in certain fields, and that's where I try to, shine in certain areas. It's one thing I was going to say, but I forgot. Dang it. You gotta love ADD. Did you guys know that they, well, actually, I'll talk about it here in a minute because I want to break this up because this is going to get very interesting. But there's, like I said, this light's way too bright to be across the street. I can just tell you that. There's just no way. And again, like I said, this camera angle is sitting way to the left. That's going to close that gap, whereas that other photo, again, as you get closer, that gap's going to open up. Just like if you're going to walk to if you're in your bedroom, you start walking to your door. As you get closer to that door, everything through what's, your kitchen, living room, whatever, it's going to start to, you get your field of view. But if you go stand in a corner, you can only see maybe, a portion of it.
Okay, guys. So I'm sorry I played that twice. I think I did anyway, the fourth clip, but it's a good thing to revisit it again just before he gets more into it. The field of view is really important when we're considering camera angles, when we're considering basically what we're looking at and how we can decipher what we're looking at. Thank you, The Path. That was so sweet of you. Thank you so much. And so, thank you for the green hearts, Lori. Oh yeah. Princess Buttercup, the mob crew is amazing and cute according to many. Yeah, he's very cute and he's very talented and smart. So you guys are so funny. Um, so when we're thinking about the camera angle, one thing that I found to be very interesting that he was talking about is if we're trying to make someone, like, say we have a person and we're taking a photo of that person, and we're trying to make that person look taller. We're going to get lower to the ground, and then the view will be up, and so the person will be perceived as taller. But if we want to make somebody look that is tall look shorter, then you would go up higher to get that kind of an effect, right? And so he talks about what we're dealing with right here is the left, right. We're dealing with an axis of, XY axis, so horizontal, vertical, which all affect the field of view and will all affect the outcome or the conclusion of what we're looking at, and that really affects it. Um, and so it's the same with the camera. Excuse me. It's the same thing with the surveillance cameras. If the surveillance cameras are up high, then it's going to make things look different than if they're in the middle, because you'd have just a straightforward field of view then, or if the cameras were, say, pointing down or were down low and pointing upward. It would all affect that field of view. Obviously, people will not probably be putting their camera angles in that position. Most people have their cameras, as we saw in Pincho Paxton's video. That's always a tongue twister for me. As we see in that video, it was over their garage door, so of course it would be up higher, right, than everything, not quite as far as their rooftop, but right below where the rooftop would be, and it would be pointing downward, or it might be pointed out toward, I'm not exactly 100% on what that camera angle is or what the field of view would actually be, but someone that's really smart like Chris here, he's going to kind of explain that to us and show us how his perspective on it and kind of how that would work, right? But he's saying that we do need to consider this, and it creates some issues, especially when people are trying to debunk this these pictures and things like that, or the videos, or just any of that, because when people are trying to debunk this stuff, Chris says they're not considering the variables, like that field of view, like the fact that, you know, where the camera angles are. And so they also were trying to debunk the lights in regard to the window. I mean, you can see a window like this, right? I mean, this is the shape of a window. It's the start of a rectangle, right? And it's brightly lit, right? And if you've ever driven past houses, which we all have, at night, you kind of look and especially if it's in the distance, all you kind of see is bright light, right? But if you're closer, you can kind of see shadows and different things. So we have to take that into account. We have to really consider that when we're considering what we're looking at. They're trying to claim, I don't know how on earth they expect us to believe this, but they're claiming that basically that window is lights reflecting from across the street, or from a different house in the area. And so it's just crazy. Like, it's absolutely bonkers. If you look at that photo, and you see that again, I think it's recognizable to many of us, right? Because um, it's just asinine to think that it's not a window. It's definitely a window with a light on. And because you're far away, all you see is this bright illumination coming from it because everything else is just dark. And so that is going to light up like a friggin' Christmas tree, right? And we can see the outline in it. Hey, Casper, good to see you. Oh, okay. Um, so guys, when we're thinking of this field of view, and what it's looking at, there's no way that this is a light coming from another house. I don't care what house on the block they pick. I don't care what they try to tell you in terms of their own interpretation of camera angles. That is a window. And I'm sorry if I can't even say in my opinion. Like maybe they can slap me with something later on that, but God, I'm not going to say that. I'll sound like a damn fool up here. That's not that is not anything but besides a window with a light on. Okay, so hopefully they don't come for me on that one. I'm sorry to hear that, guys. I'm sorry to hear that. I just hate to hear anything bad that would be transpiring in the name of Sebastian, because we have far too much of that as it is. Just bonkers and gross. So let's play the next clip.
So now, what in the hell is this and this? Is what I'd like to know as well. And Picho, good to see you. I'm sorry I haven't seen your last one, but if we get time, I will definitely check it out. Yeah, Pincho's been doing some amazing work. I've seen a couple of videos. I don't know if I saw the latest one. I think people had messaged me, but of course I've been sadly sick. Okay, so now that we got the bedroom, and look at how big the square is, right? That it wouldn't make sense for. And just one last argument, and then we'll move on. Look how big this window is, right? Compared to the across the street, it's like half, maybe a quarter. I don't know. It's kind of tough to sell, but at very least, it's half the size because obviously it's much further away, even though it doesn't appear that way. But again, just look how big that is. There's no way that's coming across the street. There's just no way. Okay. All right. Now these lights are absolutely an anomaly. And I've got some major issues with those. Not to mention the bedroom light on at 3:06, around the time in my opinion, the time frame that I have of him being possibly abducted is around 3 a.m. And we have mysterious lights going on. We have a mysterious vehicle going on. And now we have a bedroom light that's on. I mean, how much more? And then, like I said, I have something I've had sitting in my back pocket, and I will share that with you, hopefully this week. Because, I know people hate to say, oh, I got something, but I can't tell you. I know that frustrates people, but I will. I just can't right now. I have to just, but let's look at this, right? So it almost looks like car lights, doesn't it? It almost looks like there's a car kind of sitting like maybe in their driveway. Because remember, their driveway is kind of sitting right here, the Proudfoot's driveway. And then you have this light source. But what's weird is I don't know what the hell this thing is. It's almost like a tree that's been cut off. But the only trees that are out there, they're still there. So I'm 99% sure it's not a tree, but if anybody has an idea, like, because you can see the light, and I have an idea of what this light source is below, and I'll talk about this, but this is weird. Now, some could say, and I'm sure probably SF would be like, oh, well, it's the typical landscape lights, that show up from time to time, but I'm going to show you, I don't think those are landscape lights. Okay, So now we're looking at a different angle, right? We're on the other side now, right? So here's the Proudfoot's home. The camera is, situated here, and of course is looking at us, right? So whatever that light source is anywhere from here all the way down about here, right? And we're just talking about the two lights, not the stuff on the bottom. But I don't see where. I mean, why would you have landscape? I mean, I know people put landscape lights in their backyard, but you're just gonna have two sitting out here somewhere. I don't know. Again, but let me tell you why this is really a huge issue, because that's when you go back and reference other things. Like, isn't the windows across the street rounded at the top? Oh, I don't know. Maybe they could be. Now, even if they were rounded, when you're at nighttime and you're way back, you're gonna probably get different shapes. It may not be perfect circles. I don't know. I guess it depends on how perfect circle it is. But because if you look at these lights, sometimes they look like they're squares, but they're actually just coming from a circle bulb, right? So, it just kind of depends, because maybe you have blinds, so maybe only certain part of the light's coming through. So, there's always variables, but there's no way in hell that bright light's coming across the street. And again, like I said, it's if I had a little bit more time, again, it's just really hard to overlay that daytime shot because it's at a different angle. Okay. So let's look at this, and then I'll read a little bit more chat, right? But let's try to put our heads together here. Okay, so let's reference the other shot from the other street that we have from that same night. So we have 3 a.m. and we have 5 a.m., right? Now we can see the garage lights, right?
Okay, guys, so we're going right into that 5 a.m. trash truck surveillance. Well, it's basically a picture of when the trash truck was there at 5 a.m. And but just to kind of go back, I'm excited to hear what Chris has in his back pocket. I'm not sure if that's what he showed on his live tonight. Still very interested. Uh, we go into these headlights, or what appears to be some headlights, and what is going on with them, right? He says that right underneath of them, it looks like there is kind of a stump there. I was thinking maybe it could be a planter of some sort. It kind of didn't look like it was one of those round ones, but you can never tell in the dark, and especially from that far away. And again, field of view, going back to that, it's going to look like different objects, possibly. A stump. It could have been even maybe a small grill, because they do have like the square grills, the little tiny ones that are out there. However, when you're dealing with the houses of that magnitude and that many bedrooms and things like that, most of the time they have kids, and so it's a larger family and they have like a big nice grill. But it was just a thought. Of something it could have been, like a smaller camping grill that people take camping, and it could be that maybe they had it out and they were cleaning it out because they're going on a trip somewhere where it was warmer, because obviously it's going to be it was February and it was still quite cold outside. But nevertheless, it really could be anything. It's very dark, you can't see it. It's just kind of like a little black object that you see underneath. And then coming from this angle over here, right, there are some lights coming through, and they're little headlights. And so they're bright. They're very bright as well. You can definitely see them. They're not they're too high up, right? So we know there's an object underneath of them. So they're higher up when we're looking at that. So on the plane, they're right here, right? And they're shining toward what would appear Hello, guys. I am so sorry. This is what was happening to me before the live stream. Margaret, oh no, Freddie and Jason got me, Margaret. No, it wasn't that. Um, I'm sorry about that. This is what was happening when I was trying to upload content, actually, also because I had a few more things to add, and then it was just doing this where it just like completely kicked me off of the network. So I hope I'm not being hacked or anything weird like that. Hopefully Lady Freedom's not getting hacked tonight. But it would be par for the course for the last week and a half. So who knows? I'm glad I'm back with you all. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you, Star. Thank you for welcoming me back. Hey, mom of three boys. Yeah, you know what's weird? Has anyone else had connectivity issues with your Verizon phone? Just wondering. Margaret. Break time. Oh, good night, couponing. All my love to you. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, oh, please. I know, Lori. I wish I could have put like a little banner up there, like, I will be back momentarily. Oh, that was probably Pennywise, Judy. Actually, that was probably Pennywise. Oh, my goodness. You guys. It's so nice to be here too. Thank you, Veronica. I'm so glad. I'm so sorry yesterday. I was just taking care of some things, putting out some fires, and so that's why I wasn't here. But I'm so glad to be here. Um, and talking with all of you fine people and talking true crime. It's one of my favorite things to do. And so of course they're not gonna be those like landscape lights. You know how Katie said she had the solar lights in her garden. You know, those are smaller and more towards the ground. Now they do have ones that kind of come up, like my neighbors have some that are solar powered, and when it's dark, there's like little fake flames in there, and they have them all lined around their home. So it's not you know, too far fetched that those couldn't be solar lamps, because they do make them at different heights, you know, so just a thought there. But so those types of solar lights, they would be like a more of a, like an illumination like this, and they would kind of only go out like this, you know, if we were far away, we can, you know, it wouldn't be something where they would illuminate outwards towards another direction. Like these ones are looking like they are coming from the right and going out towards the left, you know, out into that direction, in my opinion, because um, usually the solar light, excuse me, usually those solar lights, they don't like point like a headlight, right? A headlight will shine out, and those ones will shine, you know, more of a outward, but like a smaller shine, right? So just something to consider there. And then I also don't think that they would just be like two random ones, like the way that my neighbor has them. They're like set up all around their yard, and it looks really pretty, and you know, that sort of thing. Hi, Jenny, for 444. Good to see you. And then of course, looking at the Proudfoot's home, when we're looking at their garage view, is kind of where we left off. And Chris is going to go into some more about that. So we've left off at the 5 a.m. trash truck comparison with the Proudfoot's home. And we're looking at that view. Now, this is a different camera angle, and we're kind of, the camera angle is like as if it's looking straight ahead at us, is how he put it. Yeah, couponing was here. She just went to sleep though. She had to go to sleep. But let me go ahead and we'll play this next clip really quick, and I hope she sleeps beautifully. Let's see here. Sleep is good, guys. Sleep is good. Don't deprive yourself of sleep. Otherwise, it's a bad deal. It's crazy how sleep deprivation can really affect someone's mood and their clarity. Let's just put it that way. Number 7.
So this is kind of where the camera's pointing. Obviously, it's more like right here, and it's like, imagine if I could like turn that arrow and it's like almost like pointing at us. That would be kind of a better representation. Okay, so this is the issue, right? These two lights. Well, there's no lights over here. Remember, this is from the same night, right? So Remember, this would be the edge of the home, kind of right here. So these lights, and again, from its perspective is, there's always tricks, but this should be anywhere around in this area, and should be pretty dominant. I mean, compared to this light, it should stick out somewhere in here. If these were, landscape lights. So, okay, so that's a great question, PK. No, but it wouldn't. No, because that's like flashlights. It wouldn't be like that. It should be okay. So that's a great observation, and I like that. I like that thinking, but it wouldn't, because that's like two balls of light. Like, think about, well, look, if you looked on the ground, if we had a better view, if we looked on the ground from these lights, we're just gonna have an area, right? We're gonna just have this big area of light. This is like focused light or a source of light, right? It's possible it could be a reflection. I like that. And I do have to entertain that at the very least. But let me show you what's a bigger issue. So one, we have the 3 o'clock and the 5:12. Now we have the garage lights, right? And we can kind of see it's kind of lighter right here. Hopefully you guys can see that. Apologize if you're on your phone. You can see it here. And look at this. Don't focus on this, but look at this. Notice whatever this is blocks it. And I could almost see this being the, because remember the garage lights would be somewhere, obviously, because we're at such an angle that we can't see the lights, right? Because we're kind of like at an angle where they're blocked. But we have this light source down here, and it's possible it could be just the ground, right? That would make sense. I could definitely see that. But again, what the hell are these? And again, what in the hell is this thing anyway? I mean, it looks like a tree stump, and it's been cut off, but I can show you some daytime footage as well, but it's not. To me, it's spotlights on the house. Spotlights on the house. These right here. I don't know, because I mean, here's the house up here. I mean, those lights would have to be across the street. No, I mean, they're way too bright. I mean, they've got the same intensity as the bedroom window. I think they're much closer. I do think that's a great possibility. And again, anything's up to the table. This for sure is the bedroom light. And I think this light down here is flashing, and we're getting light. This could be the driveway right here. But again, this is like, is it a car? I don't think it's a car. But it looks like flashlights almost. Am I wrong? Looks like kids holding lights. I don't know about the kids part, but I do agree with that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the headlamps. Yeah. Yeah, it's too bad we can't see over here, because then we would tell if there was a reflection.
In my
It was beaming
opinion, you
off,
can
but
faintly see those
I don't
lights,
know.
and they're
Like,
coming
again,
outwards. If you guys
these
can
two
see
lights
that,
should be.
I know
mean,
it's a
we
smaller
should see
view,
them
but it
somewhere
does
over
look
here,
like they're
right?
lights shining outward. In my
Even if
opinion.
let's say if you guys' theory was correct, shouldn't we see that? Especially how bright this is. I don't know. This is a huge anomaly, in my opinion, because I would think this would be in the yard somewhere. See, so you can see that light, and that would be probably the lights that are kind of shining down on the driveway, and this would be the driveway here. I know some of you are like, what in the hell are we looking at? And then the garage lights would be out of the camera view, but it would still be lighting up down here. And I do like the reflection. It's certainly possible.
Okay, guys. So I actually can see, in my opinion, when we're looking at those lights, you can see like a full light, and then of course because of the camera angle you're only going to see a half a light on the other side, right? So there's definitely lights that are the one that's closer is obstructing the view of the other one. I also noticed that the lights were shining outward, and I didn't mean to pop in on Chris, but I can't pause these once they're going. So basically I could see light traveling forward, and then you can also see light downward underneath, and I can't tell if that is a reflection from the lights shining downward and to the left, or if it's coming from some other source. It's very difficult to see, but the one bit of light looks like kind of like more of a circle, and he did circle that the one that's closer towards the ground. Now, when we're looking at this particular camera angle, though, it wouldn't make sense that there would be a car parked that way in their driveway, behind their house where this field of view is, right? So again, when we're considering these pictures, it's always about this field of view. It's very important to consider and to analyze that, because any theories that can be drawn from this could be right or wrong based on that. And so it's about perspective, right? And that's why Chris was telling us earlier that there's tricks to perspective, right? You can take an upward photo looking down. You can take a downward photo looking up. You could take one straight on, angle this way from the right, coming in from the left. There's very many possibilities when it comes to perspective, and basically it can be an optical illusion. I do have an old wedding photo of myself in my wedding dress, and what the photographer did was really cool. So they had me stand down on the bridge, and my ex-husband had his hand out like this, and it looks like I'm standing in his hand. It was totally awesome, amazing trick of perspective. And I'm gonna see if I can't find that photo and show it to you guys at some point, maybe when we do a members only or something like that. But it's pretty amazing how you can trick perspective, um, and they did that. Um, that photographer was great, and he did that when he um, created that optical illusion, if you will, because I was like a teeny tiny little bride standing in his hand. Um, and we look at those balls of light, right? Um, we can see those, and it's almost what I was explaining as well, um, when we see the garage lights. So Chris was not lying about the lights being on above the garage. So go, Chris. We just found one consistency in your story. Woohoo! And so go, Chris. We'll give him that. We'll give him that. And so the 512 lights, they show um, and these are 512 a.m. lights, and they show what's going on above the garage. And then I also was thinking that the object in question that I was saying, it could be a planter, and Chris is like, maybe it's a stump, like from a tree stump. Because sometimes those roots will back up into your system and you got to get rid of it, whatever. Okay, guys, it happened again. I don't know what's going on. There is not bad weather here. It's like not raining or anything like that. So, glad to be back with you guys. Jason got me again. He got me again. But I was thinking, I don't know what you all heard, but the last thing I was saying is that that object that Chris was talking about that looked like maybe a planter or a tree stump. Um, Lori, you guys are so funny. Um, I'm thinking it could be like a lawn bag because maybe there were still like some leaves on the ground. So maybe it was like a lawn bag, or maybe they had just, cut back some branches or something like that, and they kind of, mulched them up a little bit or something. I don't know. It could. I'm just thinking maybe a lawn bag. But I would love to like look at that photo a little bit closer to see what the objects are in there and to see if you can kind of make them out. Um, you know, so maybe another opportunity for a photo enhancement, and we can kind of see what we can find out about it. But let's go ahead and play our next clip.
I would think it would be consistent. I don't think we would have these balls of light, though. Very strange. And again, it's like there's something like sitting here, kind of blocking the light, but again, it's actually would be more over like right here. So strange. It's not the tree like cut down because the tree's still up. I've seen. Well, I'll show you some footage here. But as you can see, so if there was any landscape lights over across the street, they would be much higher because this is kind of where the lights are at. I would say more like kind of because I think this person's forgetting that the camera is more to the left, so the lights are actually probably more over here. But yeah, they're definitely not up high. I mean, if we compare to where the top part of that thing is, they're kind of down below. So they've got about the same right about level, but I think they would be a little bit more over here. Light reflection on a car. It's possible. Certainly possible. But that's huge. Again, just think about why is their bedroom light on? And I don't want to make a big deal. I thought I have to do some more research. It almost looked like it kind of make a person out, but I could be wrong. It could be just pareidolia. But again, I mean, their lights are on. Her bedroom light is on at 3:06. A car comes up the road at 2:58. By the time it comes back around, it'd be like 3 a.m., depending on, how fast or slow it's going. And then it maybe parks by a certain house, which maybe we'll talk a little bit about today, but I'll have to kind of explain a little bit more later on. But I do have a theory, and I'll have to kind of share it later. But so yeah, let's just think about that for a second, and if I can read chat here for a minute. So trying to think here. Remember my list? Like, look at this. This is my list, right? Of all the weird things that are going on at 3 a.m. and around this area. Now we add on at 3:06, we have a bedroom light on. We have them doing a 3D scan right here. The lights are moving somewhere around in this area around 3 a.m. We have a car that clearly turns up on Stafford and then turns their lights off and then kicks their lights back on somewhere around 3 a.m. This is not a coincidence. There's way too many, right? At some point, you got to be like, okay, you know what? This is too much, One or two coincidences, maybe you could kind of blow off or just kind of say, okay, well, you know, we'll keep an eye on it. But look at all this stuff that is all focused back here. We've got 3 o'clock stuff going on. Car, her bedroom light, lights, car, car lights, bedroom light, all 3 a.m.s. This is not a coincidence. This is all, like I said, I got a little bit more, and I have to kind of be careful. So let me just give you a little hints. Let me just give you some Easter eggs for a minute, for those that are familiar with Easter eggs. So that was very interesting. So if you're wondering which house this came from, oh, hey, what's going on here? Oh, well, that's weird. Why would they do that? Now, let me tell you, that's happened within the last 2 to 3, maybe 2 months. I swear I was looking at that house probably 2 months ago. I know I have live shows. So I don't know why they wanted to. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that they did it or are responsible, but just make note of that, because this is where, in their backyard, that's the shed there that's kind of lifted up on the so that's this garage right here, as you can see.
Sorry about that, guys. I hope it didn't kick me off. It was having, like, it did that weird connectivity issue thing, so I apologize. So this clip is extremely interesting to me, and there are a lot of things that are pointed out here that I think are very relevant to discuss. So we have the 306 lights in Faith's room, right? Or allegedly in Faith's room. I know there was another bathroom. I think there was a Jack and Jill bathroom, or maybe there's just like a bathroom in between of the 2 bedrooms. Somewhere back there is a bathroom though. And so perhaps it's a bathroom light, or perhaps it is Faith's light. But based on this angle and this field of view, in my opinion, it looks to be good night, star, honey, have a good night. It looks to be, in my opinion, my humble opinion, even at that, that it was Faith's bedroom. And one question I would have, I'm assuming that Sebastian would use that bathroom that was back there, and on that side of the house, since his bedroom is back there. I would think that would be he and Faith's kind of a shared bathroom for whenever she's there too, because there's probably another bathroom on the other side of the house, possibly, by the master, possibly in the master bedroom or near it. Either way, why was someone in Faith's room? According to everything, because Faith did come for a visit around Christmas time, but why on earth would someone be in Faith's bedroom at all that night? Why would they be in Faith's bedroom? That's weird. I don't know about you guys, but I turn all the lights off when I go to bed. I make sure every single light is off in my home. And so it's very odd to me that Katie wouldn't do the same. Obviously, things are very expensive nowadays, and there's just certain things that if you can cut down on it, right, it's smart. It makes sense. And but what really doesn't make sense to me is this light. Why is there a light on in her bedroom? If this is in fact Faith's bedroom, why is there a light on back there at 3:06 a.m.? What were they doing in the bedroom? It's just weird. And God, I hope that they weren't preparing for her to come back to them. Faith's next planned visit was, obviously it happened in the summertime. That is per the parenting agreement and the parenting plan, and that was set in court. Excuse me, that was set in place by the courts. So what were they doing in there? It's just very odd. Now I know that Faith was told by Chris Proudfoot allegedly that they bought this bed set for her and it's a brand new bed set. So were they putting that up? Is that around, did they purchase that and were they decorating her room in and around that time? That would make sense logically. However, it's very curious to me what they were doing in that back bedroom, the vacant back bedroom at that. And 306, we have lights on in Faith's room. What just what was someone doing in Faith's room? And like I said, it possibly could be a bathroom, so we'll say allegedly. But those lights are definitely a window that we see lights on. If you look closely in the photograph, you can even see the lights and then how they illuminate outwards. If you look at it and they illuminate the whole entire room, but you can see the lights a little bit brighter than the rest of, the room that it's lighting up. So Chris brings up this fantastic point. Now, in the beginning, we saw law enforcement heavy on day 5 at the Proudfoot residence. I mean, they were on it. And the 3D scan that was done was focusing in on this area in question, the area that we're talking about right now. There was also dogs that hit around his home, right? I mean, they caught a scent, right? That's not going to be too unusual. And maybe there were times where Sebastian did like to go outside in the backyard and hang out. I don't know. The neighbors said they didn't see him out. So that's all alleged in their opinion. But if we think about the 3 a.m. car that was on Stafford, they turned their lights on for a little bit and then they turned their lights off. All of this, now this is the key statement here. All of this is focused in on the backyard. So let's keep that in mind, guys. Let's keep that in mind. Because I think that is one of the biggest developments, breakthroughs, in my opinion, when we're connecting the dots in this case. Because if law enforcement is focusing in on that area, then what were they trying to find back there? What were they looking for? It's very interesting. And again, they were at the Proudfeets 10 times, right? When they were doing the initial searching. So definitely curious, definitely something to consider. And I think it's something that we will be talking about in the future.
Okay. So as you can see, that's the same garage, right? Right here, right? And isn't that odd that this guy, now again, that doesn't mean this guy is guilty of anything, but why, again, why are they blocking this? And this was pretty more recently. And again, my theory and what I've heard is that 258 car, let's get back over to it here. So that car comes up, 258, turns around, and it stops. And the timing of when it stopped before it turned on to Stafford, from, again, sources that I've heard that have said this a long time ago, before we even knew about a certain possible connection to somebody, and heard that car stop somewhere around here to possibly let someone out. And then And that car would then, of course, turn up here. Now we're at around like 301, 302 maybe. Now we're doing the exchange. Again, think about it. SF has never talked about the car, which, again, everybody mentions the lights, and he's done these tests and everything with the AI tests and everything. But as far as I've seen, I don't know, you could correct me in chat, but I've never seen him talk about the car. I think that'd be pretty big, especially when you're trying to tell people that, garbage truck is just coming around the corner just after the video ends. But again, we know that isn't at 5 a.m. It's such a ridiculous thing. They keep wanting to go back and show an interview by Seth that was taken a long time ago because he was told, yeah, that's, pointed, that's garbage trucks or it's pointed a different way. They didn't want people knowing this, right? Nick Barris, I really think they thought they had they were building something. And I think they were things were coming together in the beginning of this case. First they were searching. They came across something on day 1 or early day 2, and that's what enhanced it to Amber Alert. Clearly, there's something they found between day 1 and day 2, caused them to raise that up to an Amber Alert. And then I think there were more the two scenarios I think they were kind of leaning towards is a possible runaway because they see these flashlights, and of course mysteriously he left with the flashlight. But then there's this mysterious car that they can't identify, and I think obviously the timing of it that you can kind of put 2 and 2 together. And then here we are. As you notice, this is the house where the camera is pointed. Here's the van, and here we are with the 3D scanner, which again, I've never seen in a missing persons case used. Usually you see it in crime scenes or vehicle reconstruction or recreation. Excuse me. So again, it's just building up, and then, I wish I could tell you guys now, but again, I don't want to blow a possible lead that could possibly turn out to be something. Again, I don't know if it will, but it's very interesting. So and then we'll talk about the other image a little bit. I don't want to get too much into it, but I will speak on it a little bit. Of course, Pincho's been doing an amazing job as 3D. I can't wait to see his great newest work. I know a certain channel always tries to debunk him, and she's trying to say, well, the lights don't match up because if you have them right here, then the lights are over here and they don't line up. But, maybe Pincho is, I think he's still 80% right. I think it doesn't even matter where these lights are at. This just shows you where the camera's pointing. There's no question, right? Just forget where the lights are. And again, all you'd have to do is just push them over a little bit, and then all of them line up. Again, this isn't a one-to-one recreation. It's damn near close because he's got the floor plan of Google Earth as he's using this to build his model. And then 2 big things we'll talk about.
Okay, guys, so he's going to get into those 2 big things. So I was just Googling something really quick here. So we're going to talk about the 3D scanner uses, right? So that's what I was looking up just now. And I wanted to go over that with you guys. Just kind of a Google. I'm going to read it from Google. That way we can Google it, y'all, and figure out what this is. Now, speaking of Google, this is the weirdest thing, right? There was a house that was visible on Google Earth prior to all of this, but now it is blocked out. So they've blurred the home out. You can have this done if you request it. Obviously, we all own our properties. Now, Tennessee, I know a lot more about Missouri real estate law, of course, because I was a real estate agent there, but it's very, it's one of those things where it depends on the state that you live. It varies from state to state. So, but in Tennessee, you own all of your property. You own all the way up, and then all the way down. You don't own like the airspace, but you do. Some places you don't. Own the minerals and things like that, and in some places you do. So in Tennessee, that's how it is there. And I went over there, or excuse me, I went over that in like one of my very young videos that I put out onto YouTube, because I wanted to see if you could fly drones over their house, or not, because obviously if you're flying a drone low over over their house or something like that, and they do own above, then that would be wrong, right? That would be illegal, because you're actually on private property. You wouldn't be allowed to do that. So I was kind of trying to figure that out and gauge that. So I do know that. And Women's Warrior says, Lady Freedom, on Crime Time Buzz, she talked about a car in the neighborhood. It was around then. Stop, and then he came back. It visits regularly. Does the construction in the U.S. stop over the winter months? It doesn't. We continue construction, throughout. Now, in inclement weather, like say if there's a whole lot of snow, that sometimes they won't work in it. Obviously, if it rains a whole lot, but yeah, it is weather based. But in the winter months, we do. Thank you so much for your question. We do keep the construction going, and the 3 a.m. car, it stops, right? So it pulls onto Stafford, and then when it leaves, it doesn't go all the way up the hill and around the cul-de-sac and back down. It backs onto Kellen and leaves. Okay. And don't get me wrong, that isn't super suspicious. Some people work smarter, not harder, right? If you're going to if you don't need to go far, it would behoove you to back up and then go straight out onto Kellen and leave the neighborhood. Or you could take the scenic route. But if you're in a hurry, or hey, you're just one of those people that likes to cut time, time is precious, then you would do that, right? If you're just parked right here. Hey, Bubbly Beth and Brenda, good to see you guys. Hey, Vic. Hey, Lizzie, good to see you, honey. If you go and, you just pull out that way, that's the fastest route. So either way, the car was stopped at 3 a.m. Now, the exchange would have been 3:01, 3:02, right? Something around there, he's saying. And he said he knows who was in the car. Oh, excuse me, SF, not Steve Fish, or excuse me, SF, not Chris Hall, knows that who was in the car. And he does say this on the Lore Lodge. So he was like, I know who that car is. I already know who was in the car and what that car is and everything. But he never produces any receipts. It would have been nice to not out the person. You know what I mean? It's not like you want to sit there and be like, oh yeah, that's Fred that lives at, 123 Main Street. That would be doxing somebody. That would be, absolutely wrong. And you wouldn't want to do that, right? Because doxing is bad, bad, bad news. But with that being said, with that being said, he nevertheless said that he knew who this person was with no receipts. And I think that it would be a safer assumption or presumption to presume that all of this activity at this time of night is all connected. And the reason I say that is because there was limited activity in the neighborhood on the night in question, February 26th, 2024, in the early hours, in and around that 3 o'clock time frame, right? And okay, Women's Warrior says in the UK it tapers off for a month. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Or 2 in the Northeast anyway. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So it kind of tapers down. I mean, I lived up in Chicago, and so the construction workers up there, like if we would get feet and feet of snow, they would have snow days just like, everybody else. Because, it's dangerous to work in that. You could slip and fall. And then obviously everything's covered in snow. So it's really hard. But okay, yeah. So I guess actually that would be a good way to put it. It does taper off, but it's definitely based on kind of where you're at, in the region, geographically where you're at, and then what kind of weather you have too. Because like, for instance, like I live in Florida, and it's all year round construction because it's always like sunny here, and the weather's always really nice. And when it rains, it usually doesn't like rain all day. Now, when everybody was getting that big snowstorm and everything like that, it rained for like 3 days, and it was really weird because usually, especially I hear in the summertime, I haven't spent a summer here yet, but it will get super duper hot, right? And then all of a sudden, like there'll be a rain, and then it'll go back to being hot again. So I hear it's hot, hot, hot. Although being here in the winter, it's been pretty cold for Florida, or colder than I expected. So um, thank you, Women's Warrior. And let's see here. But Sebastian is so cute, isn't he? Isn't he, Vic? Sebastian is adorable. He is adorable. And so I've heard some more fuckery from the other side about Seth saying this or that or the other about the flashlight video and what he was told by law enforcement. So let's see here. I can't remember the exact date of the Pascal show, but I was watching his live when Seth called in, and Seth told everyone that law enforcement showed him this video of the flashlights at 3 in the morning, give or take, and that it was the trash truck. Well, we all went nuts because we all knew it wasn't a trash truck at 3 a.m. And they tried to say, well, the cameras were jammed up, which I definitely think camera jammers were involved in this, in my opinion, because of there being several outages of cameras and kind of wacky things that were going on with the cameras in the area. Okay. Allegedly, of course, because this is all hearsay. Somebody's just said this, right? I don't know this to be absolute fact, but I can see how it would be logically believable. So Seth was told that, and now they're coming to try to bite Seth in the butt, right? They're coming for him. They're jumping his butt for saying something that he said long ago, and something that law enforcement told him, right? Because even Bobby, the neighbor, confirmed that law enforcement told him that. They told everyone that it was a trash truck, right? And when questioned by Nick Barris, even Eric Craddock himself was like, hey, there isn't any evidentiary value that I'm going to disclose at this moment. And now I'm basically saying what I'm interpreting him to say. So this is not a direct quote. But right now, there's no evidentiary value to this. However, I'm not going to say that it won't be in the future. And so if I'm reading between the lines, when he said that, because let's be honest, just like the photo, the first time I saw the flashlight video, I was like, what in the world am I watching? Like UFOs? Is this like, this is a joke? Like, what am I watching, And, excuse me. Oh, Criminal Med, good to see you. So with that being said, it's like, I don't know. I just, they can't tell us everything when they have minimal information. So everything they have would be precious at that point, and they really can't afford to be blabbing about it, but it did get leaked out there. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm seeing. But then when I looked at the video and I watched the paths, right, of the flashlights, allegedly, and those light sources that were moving, and the light source that we saw that was kind of stationary, and then all we see is do 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 back to the house. What was that? You know what I mean? It was a light source that returned to the house, in my opinion. It came from the house, and then all of a sudden it got out of the field of view, and then it went back. And that is what always will get me about that footage. And I also, excuse me, I also wanted to go over the Amber Alert. So I have a video, and it's called The First 7 Days. And I rewound to the first 7 days, and I will link it in my description. But either way, it was the first newscast that was put out at 4:30. They were talking about how there was an Amber Alert out for the child. Oh, excuse me. Back that up. Disregard that. Don't clip it there. Okay, so at 4:30 that evening on February 26th, 2024, they were out searching like mad for Sebastian. And they put it all over the news. It was the first time they were letting the community know. Obviously, they knew that there was cops everywhere. Obviously, law enforcement was running deep, and then they were calling in other counties and other resources to help. Okay, and then the next day, it was upgraded to an Amber Alert, right? So it didn't take them any time whatsoever. But if you want a frame of reference and it's all in one spot, I invite you to go back, because what I did there is I took clips from that day, that evening. I took clips from the next morning, and then so on and so forth, to show the progression and what the news media was saying. And I also included the day 4 presser and things like that. So just to kind of, let you guys know, there's also some really great information about children with autism, and you actually get to see some interviews with children who have autism and their parents, and how they describe the way that you would deal with somebody if you encountered a person with autism. And it was a really great clips. They were really great clips, and they're from an awesome YouTube channel, and I would really appreciate it if you guys go over there and subscribe. I'm not affiliated with them at all, but if you want to know more about people with special needs and how to understand what they're going through, it's called Special Books by Special Kids. And it is a teacher who decided that he was going to start interviewing his students on his downtime, and he's turned this into a whole YouTube channel, and he has a wonderful wife. She's fantastic. And I just invite you to go over there, because they are great. Give them some support. They had a really hard time succeeding on YouTube because of the policies and things like that, and them interviewing kids. But they have worked tremendously hard, and they have a big, huge channel now. And I was just rooting for them when they were starting out. So if you want to know more about people who have autism, definitely check their channel out. But I chose 3 interviews. One interview was with a child that was exactly like Sebastian, in my opinion, to a T, 15 years old. Another child that was very similar to Sebastian, who was also 15 years old and a boy. And then I wanted to show you just a difference in the spectrum. So then I put a more severely autistic person who was on the spectrum, and I wanted to show all of that. So definitely check it out. I will link it, and it's called Rewind the First 7 Days. And it's a really informative video, just with all of the information, and then also an all-in-one spot. You can kind of see what the media was saying as we go along. But and then one more thing I wanted to talk about from this, 3D scanners. So 3D scanners are usually used at crime scenes, right? And so when Chris was talking about it, and it just looked like it looked like one of those older time cameras without the hood thing. You guys can probably help me out, but it looks like a blanket, and people used to go under there, and it like poof, you know, and but it didn't have that. It didn't have like the blanket over it. It was just like the camera, right? And so 3D scanners are used at crime scenes to capture detailed, accurate views of the scene. These scans can be used to create virtual crime scenes for court, reconstruct evidence, and analyze crime scenes. So, for anyone who was worried about them not analyzing it as a crime scene on the outside of the home, they seem to have been doing that, right? So, that is some more information, right? Even though this happened, now that photograph, I believe, is taken from day 5. Now, I could be wrong, maybe it was day 4, but I remember there being a lot of hoopla around the fact that they were in the Feet backyard at that time. And I do remember thinking a lot about why they were in that backyard. What were they doing back there, and why were they using crime scene technology to analyze this backyard? Very curious. It's also a direct connection to maybe some evidence that they possibly gathered to get and to put on to put on a probable cause affidavit to present to a judge to request a warrant. Just something to think about. I don't know what happened. I wasn't there. However, when we see this, it does it does draw us to speculate. And it's also used for documenting crime scenes, right? So that's fantastic. So they were using that. 3D scanners can capture the entire scene, including details that are not visible to the human eye. Whoa, that's cool. And reconstructing evidence. 3D scanners can be used to reconstruct evidence such as blood spatter, footprints, and pools of blood. Okay, guys, so this is very important because if they're using this technology in the backyard, were they in fact looking for bodily fluids and things? Because there was a lot of talk about, did they use luminol? Was luminol used in the home? And by all accounts, I would have to say no. However, we don't know because we were not a fly on the wall in the house. We have not heard truthful answers from the Feet. And so when we're thinking about whether or not they were doing a thorough enough job and treating it like a crime scene, I'm just going to have to admit that they were outside of the house, obviously. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been using crime scene technology. So I do stand corrected when it comes to, did they treat this case like a crime scene right off the bat? Because obviously they were doing that outside of the house, and I can only hope and pray to God that they did it on the inside of the house. Nevertheless, we don't have any evidence to confirm that. However, I really hope and pray that they have that so they can build a rock solid case for the prosecution. Creating virtual crime scenes. 3D scanners can be used to create virtual replicas of the crime scene to present to jurors. I'm going to read that again. Oh, my bad. Sorry, I just got a notification that's covered me up. Creating virtual crime scenes. 3D scanners can be used to create virtual replicas of the crime scene to present to jurors. So that tells me that there was a criminal investigation, but they weren't saying that it was a criminal investigation. This is huge. Huge. Right? And then, I can't say it as good as Trump. Okay, and analyzing crime scenes. 3D scanners can be used to analyze the scene for evidence such as such as the direction of blood spatter. So they're using this 3D technology to see which direction the blood spatter is going in. And obviously, I know, Brenda, is that a huge wow? I think it was a huge wow. It was like an aha moment, right? I was like, did you guys do it in the house? Did you do it in the house? Please say you did it in the house. Because it was almost like they were bragging that luminol wasn't used, or they were spreading that around. I mean, I would be PO'd if I was LE. Like, I'd be like, they can't, again, per Carter, excuse me, I almost called him Simmons, per Detective Carter, over at the TBI, they cannot tell you what to say and what you can and cannot or should or shouldn't say. That's just against the Constitution. But and it's also, an infringement on your own rights and all this other legal jargon. But I just find that to be maybe a little bit of hope that they were bragging, but that isn't the case. They were using this technology in the home, because obviously we don't see what they're bringing in and out of the home. They said they searched the Proudfoot's house 10 times. So I would imagine that they would use this inside just to see if they can detect anything. And I don't know what is more effective or what is more widely used. Obviously, luminol's been out there forever and it's been used plenty to figure things out. And especially, you'll see even on some of those crime documentaries where it's like they sprayed the luminol and it was just like a freaking Christmas tree. Like you could see everything everywhere, even after it had been cleaned up. So I'd be curious to know if they did that in the house and why. Hey, Mini Panthers, good to see you. Hey, Rebecca, good to see you. So yeah, it's very interesting, guys. And I have to stand corrected on that because I overlooked that photo. It was weird because obviously it is in the first 7 days video I made up too, but it's super, it brings me hope, like that they did do these things in the house. And that, we can't really believe what the Proud Feet are saying, so very good information. And I'm glad that it was that he chose this photo to demonstrate what he was. Otherwise, I may not have ever even revisited that as a possibility. So 3D scanners are used at crime scenes. Faro focused laser scanners, so FARO focused laser scanners, used by the U.S. law enforcement to capture accurate measurements of buildings and complex environments. Now, if we think about the Proudfoot yard and just Tennessee terrain in general, you are dealing with some tricky landscaping. I guess it could be trippy if you fall. But nevertheless, they use it to accurately measure buildings. So maybe they were measuring something in relation to something else, which caused them to believe this. I mean, there's tons to speculate on there. And guys, these are the things that we're going to be deep diving into to try to figure out what they were actually doing. What kind of process were they doing? I find this to be absolutely fascinating. Truly more fascinating than any type of drama out there. Then again, people live for and love the drama. But I don't. I want to find Sebastian, and I think these are topics that we can really deep dive and explore. So now there's also this Black 360 imaging laser scanner, and it's a next generation imaging laser scanner that can capture 3D crime scene documentation, which is really high-tech stuff. I don't know what type of scanner this one is, but I'll definitely be looking into this. So we're going to discuss this topic more thoroughly. The RTEC 3D scanning solutions, it can be used to capture data indoors, And outdoors, it can be used day or night. So just some food for thought. Um, so let's continue.
There's something I really want to say, but I really want to hold my tongue for a minute, just because I have like a 2% chance hoping that there's something that somebody's doing that may be trying to help us, and we'll maybe talk about that down the road, because I don't know why you'd put this out, to be quite honest. It's blatant obvious. Where's this coming from? All right, let me read chat. Okay. Do. And then we got 2 more things to go over here. Oh my God, Chris, please play One Day. Show us young Chris skateboard video. Oh, I do. I have it in my members. Yeah, maybe if you guys want, I'll play a little something at the end. How about that? All right, thank you, Julie. God bless you. Deanna says, Chris, you are smart and easy on the eyes. Oh, God bless you guys. That means the world to me. Mandy Moo, thank you so much for becoming a member. God bless you. Kathy says, the light source from the window is so bright. Is it a reflection from there? Oh, I see what you're saying. It's possible, but it's just so weird that they split. So, but that's not a bad idea or a bad theory. Actually, sorry, I'm still gonna get to chat. Oh, I thought I spaced this. Every time when I think I've spaced stuff out so I can have some time to kind of chat, I put it going too fast. So you're saying, oh, shit. You're saying because this is so bright, it's reflecting onto whatever the hell this is. It's certainly possible. The only thing is, you would think it would be more... I don't know if that would... I don't know, because that light isn't really... Because the light is in the room. It's not outside. I don't think so, but that's not a bad idea. I'm not going to discount that. But the way the balls are weird. You know, like they're flashlights or something. That's where I'm kind of getting the vibe. But that's not a bad, yeah. Infrared reflection, yeah. I like the reflection. Definitely possible. Castle says, Chris, you can't believe the pick from SF. It's not credible. I do have my suspicions, yes. But I do have some other things, but I can't say it in this show, but I will talk about it maybe Wednesday. But I want to send stuff in because I think there may be something else going on. And I've been kind of talking about it with somebody else, and yeah. Anyway, I digress. Let me get to a couple more chats, and then we're going to get to the two other things. So, okay, check your email. Okay, I get a lot of emails, and I haven't because I've been sick. I'm sorry, guys. I've been out for like days, like bedridden. And so I am super behind on emails, and I get so many. So I just asked if anybody does email, if it's like super important, if it's just a little, if you don't think it's as important, maybe if you could hold off for a bit, unless you think it's very important. Just because I've got so many, and it's just me, right? I don't have a secretary or anything. Did she have a boyfriend over that night? I hate to get down that road, but we may be crossing that. I hate to bring any other people in because I've seen how that works, how people start kind of trying to connect other people that are innocent. And so you got to be very careful, right? At least on my channel, I try to do this with the most integrity that I can. And, And I'm not saying that other people don't do it with integrity. I'm just saying I have my way that I like to do it. Crime and Conspiracy says mine is important. Please check it. Okay. Again, I probably have 100 emails that I haven't looked at that have came in the past probably 4 days. Again, and it's like I can't get to all of them. So I will try to look out and do what I can. Alan says it could be the camera. It might be very sensitive. Can you play with the darkness? I have. You will actually see this here in a second. I'm still working on that, but I don't know from the camera. I don't know.
Okay, guys, so another super interesting clip to dive into. So Chris is bright and easy on the eyes. He also has integrity, and I really like the fact that he wasn't willing to speculate just yet on something that has caused a lot of issues in the past, and also, in my opinion, at this point and even before this, irrelevant, right? I don't really care who Katie does or doesn't have relations with. That being said, if someone that she had relations with hurt Sebastian, then that would be another story. Obviously, that's why I'm so focused on Mr. Foot. And so, reflecting the lights, one really smart person in there, and I can't even give him credit because it's too teeny tiny for me to see it. But that person is so smart. So they said that they asked Chris, are these lights that we see, the ones that are in question, kind of at midway in that photograph, could they be reflecting off of something and showing that type of an illumination? I don't think that's really that far-fetched, because if it's reflecting off of the window, you can see the bright lights. Like I said, you could see two balls right inside of the window, and then the rest of it is illuminated, right? Obviously, we can't see the bottom half of it, just the top, because they were buttholes and they put that thing in there. But that would possibly, now I'm not sure, but that could possibly be reflecting off of something like a smaller trash can. Maybe that is a trash can that they keep in their backyard for them when they barbecue or what have you. It could be like a separate bin for, you know, debris and trees and branches and things like that. And then if it's a super reflective surface, then it could be those window lights reflecting off and illuminating out, possibly. But I thought that was a really smart question. So I also wanted to read a little bit of this research here. When lights travel from a window at night, it's primarily due to a phenomenon called light reflection, where it's a phenomenon. I'm just kidding. It's called light reflection, where the light from the inside of a room bounces off the glass window and becomes visible to someone outside, especially when or maybe possibly a surveillance, right? So, especially when the surrounding area is sufficiently darker at night, making the reflected light more prominent. So, if whatever that object is that we can see, but we can't really make it out, whatever that object is, if it's super reflective, it's reflecting off of it, right? Could be. So, interesting thought. Reflection is key. The glass window acts like a mirror, reflecting the light coming from inside the room and outwards. Darkness enhances visibility. At night, with less ambient light, the reflected light from the window becomes more noticeable. Also, angle of incidence. The angle at which, and now guys, we're talking about all of this. This is all connected. Field of view, camera angles, left, right, horizontal, the XY axis, all of it connects. So the angle at which light hits the window affects how much is reflected. which more light reflecting back when the angle is closer to perpendicular. So factors including the amount of light visible from the window at night, brightness of the interior lights, which we saw that it was super bright, right? Those were some bright lights. So that's the one factor. The brighter the light inside, the more visible the reflection is going to be, logically speaking. So window cleanliness, if the window is super clean, it will affect more light than a dirty, excuse me. If the window is super clean, it will reflect more light than a dirty one. So if we're dealing with like a dirty, dingy window, it's going to reflect less light because, again, it's like a mirror. The type of glass. Certain types of glass can have different reflective properties, like tinted windows and things of that nature. But if we look at that photograph, we can tell that there's no tint on that window. It is just one of those really nice, probably Pella windows that is just clear cut through and doesn't have a whole lot of tint on the glass, right? So, because that is a factor, that's a major factor. So I was thinking it could have just been reflecting off some kind of a reflective surface, creating that from the lights. Because again, I'll show you just right away here after I get done with this kind of thought here. But you can see the lights up there, and they're two balls, big balls, like as in it looked like a light fixture that were rounded, and then you see the light illuminating off, and then down through the window it's all that reflection or that illumination right there, depending on how clean the windows are. Katie and Chris's house seemed to be very clean, in my opinion. Seth said it was in pristine condition when he got in there, except for Sebastian's room. They are military, so I'm sure they keep their home in tip-top shape. Just a speculation. Let's see. And then you see the lights shining out toward, so that could even be the bottom too. That can be the lights shining out toward, because remember that it's like a window, or excuse me, the window is like a mirror, right? And so, light does travel. Light travels until it hits something, right? It just kind of like goes outwards and out. So those are all possibilities. Whoever made that comment, you are a smart cookie. And number 11, here we go.
Chat. I put it going too fast. So you're saying, oh, shit. You're saying because this is so bright, it's reflecting onto whatever the hell this is. It's certainly possible. The only thing is, you would think it would be more, I don't know if that would, I don't know, because that light isn't really, because the light is in the room. It's not outside. I don't think so, but that's not a bad idea. I'm not going to discount that. But the way their balls are weird. Like their flashlights or something. That's where I'm kind of getting the vibe. But that's not a bad, yeah. Infrared reflection, yeah. I like the reflection. Definitely possible. Castle says, Chris, you can't believe the pic from SF. It's not credible. I do have my suspicions, yes. But I do have some other things, but I can't say it in this show, but I will talk about it maybe Wednesday. But I want to send stuff in because I think there may be something else going on. And I've been kind of talking about it with somebody else, and yeah. Anyway, I digress. Let me get to a couple more chats, and then we're going to get to the two other things. So, okay, check your email. Okay, I get a lot of emails, and I haven't because I've been sick. I'm sorry, guys. I've been out for like days, bedridden. And so I am super behind on emails, and I get so many. So I just asked if anybody does email, if it's like super important, if it's just a little, if you don't think it's as important, maybe if you could hold off for a bit. But that's huge. I mean, What are the odds her bedroom light is on at 3:06 a.m.? Unless he put a fake timestamp, but I've got a person that's pretty good with timestamps, and they're kind of looking into it. We're gonna look at all the timestamps from all the ones he's released. I know most of them in these released are real, especially when he releases videos, and then he has like still shots from especially with the car. That way, I could tell 100% because when the counter's going and everything, yeah. So, yeah, I am gonna work on this more because, like I said, I've been out. Leslie and busy. Billy, I'm sorry. Good to see you, sweetie. God bless you for the support. Hope you're staying warm. It's actually a pretty warm day today. Chris, garbage cans with night wheels. Night wheels lights hit. Cans with night wheels. Oh, so you're saying that's yeah, that could be a garbage can. Yeah, I mean that is kind of like the about the right size, but is it kind of like one of those like because remember it's garbage night, so their garbages are all out on the street right now, but could this be because like if some people that whoever homeowners you have like usually have like recycling. I guess it depends on where you live, but sometimes you have two garbage cans, one for your regular garbage, and then you have other ones for recycle, and sometimes they don't come on the same day, and then I think others have like a mulch. So sometimes they have like three. They have like the garbage, recycle, and then like the mulch, I think, or something. If they're like a green area. Anyway, so. Yeah, I like the garbage can, Leslie. Great point. Yeah, somebody said this chat just jumped, but I saw somebody say maybe a person. Yeah, it did kind of look like there's somebody like kind of like standing right here. Again, pareidolia is very bad, and we're going to talk about the final photo here in a minute. Brinks van reflection of the window. I'll have to look at that more. I like that. That's interesting. I like that. The reflections are good. You guys got coming up some great ideas, and I will look into them. That's not bad. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because it definitely has the qualities of like some kind of light source, but I do agree it could be a reflection. And yeah, it could be a reflection on the garbage can. Kind of a weird spot, but again, this is the thing. We don't know like how far out. It looks like it's like in this yard, but it's so weird. Janae? Janine. I think it's Janine. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Thank you so much for the $1.99. God bless you. Okay, yeah, if you guys can hit that like button. We've got two more things to go over. We got one big thing. It's not related to Sebastian, but I don't know if you guys heard the news. We're gonna drop the bombshell at the end because so much has been going on, and I think this has kind of gone under the radar. And again, just by chance, I don't ask it because you guys have been donating. But if by chance, like if you donate PayPal or Venmo, it does help the channel. I don't like beg for it or anything, but if you could let one of my mods know so I could shout you out because sometimes I'll get them real time when I'm doing the show, but sometimes I don't. Okay, last two things. I got to take a sip here, guys. But this is huge. I know some other people already talked about this, but hopefully with what I've showed you, because I don't think the other people are really understanding different points of views, right? And And then of course you've got so many variables. You got your horizontal variables, and then you got your vertical variables when you're comparing two photos together. Oh, we got 1,000 likes. God bless you guys. You guys are amazing. So again, I just want to remind you, this is in the first 2-3 days. There they are without the 3D laser scan. Again, that is something that they use usually with crime scenes. And they're shown carrying that thing around because they'll capture, a certain area, and it fully recreates it because it's taken thousands of pictures, literally recreating to where you can almost go in with VR glasses, and it's like you were there because it preserves everything. It's just amazing. We talked about it, but I just find it fascinating and a huge red flag that they would have this because, again, why you would only use something like this if this was kind of like some kind of foul play abduction, right? And think about this.
Or a criminal investigation.
When SF says he has over 100 hours worth of footage, and he's starting to show all the different angles and views that he has. We've got one facing the front of the home, one facing the back of the home. We have one that's facing basically, because it's one way in, one way out. Now, of course, if you're walking around, of course, you don't have to go out the main exit on the street. But there's cameras everywhere. This kid would have been seen. So there's the backyard. There's kind of what looks like a frustrated dog handler, and I don't blame her. I think, to me, she's got like that suspicious look, like something's not right. Of course, that's my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but that's the feeling, the vibe I get when I watch her standing there. Like, I think she's like, because I think they're expecting to get dog scent, and they, allegedly weren't getting, they were getting false positives or whatever. Okay. Craddock going in. Let's see. And so there they are, kind of going in the backyard. Notice they're all focused around. Notice they're all focused in this area where the lights are allegedly moving around. It's not a coincidence. And they were literally going right where that 3D scanner and where the bedroom light would have been on. I mean, something happened back there. That's kind of where it started and finished, I think, Chris, it's an Amber Alert. Now, are you talking about this case, right? Unless you're talking about the person I featured at the beginning. But yeah, I know this is an Amber Alert, which obviously that's another. Amber Alerts typically mean they mean abduction, so it's pretty clear cut, in my opinion. Now, I'm just going to talk about this a little bit, right? Now, personally, this was sent to me like 2 weeks ago, somewhere around in there, maybe a week to 2 weeks ago. I get a lot of this stuff. I'm not going to lie. I get so many photos, and I know people are just trying to enhance the video and trying to see if they can see people or whatever, or clues. And like I said, I love that people are trying to, work on this. But that's why I did my last live talking about how you have to be so careful because we're not looking at the original footage. We're looking at somebody that recorded off their screen. So we have light pollution. And so now that's going to add pixels that you're trying to brighten up. I know you can kind of work around with some of this stuff, but when it's not the original footage, And I wish I had time to show you guys how they do the license plate. Do you guys remember the license plate video that I did? How like it was like all blurry, but then they use this algorithm. It's not even AI, it's just an algorithm. And because it's the original video, and because in the metadata, the numbers are there, it's just because it's blurry, it's scrambled. And all they do is because they know like the pixels are there in a certain order, and using some algorithms to kind of, with numbers. And this is for license plate readers, of course, but I know they're going to expand. Probably already have. But it's almost like they shake the pixels, right? And it starts to kind of like put it together. It's weird. Like, I'd have to see the video, show you guys the video. So some of you guys know the video I'm talking about. Anyway.
Okay, guys, so they shake up the pixels and it comes together. So the cameras that are everywhere, I believe Sebastian would definitely been found on a camera at some point if he left the home on his own. Now, I want to also emphasize Chris Hall was one of the people who was working with Justin on these images. Apparently, 1 to 2 weeks ago is when he received this image. So there was a lot of people working on this. So this image came from video enhancement. It was a screen record. And when you screen record something, it does add pixels in there, right? So there's a certain algorithm that he talks about that I find to be completely fascinating. But this algorithm, it looks at the metadata, and the metadata is in number form, right? And so when it comes to these pixels, and what they can do is look at these pixels in order, and they can cause like a recreation, if for lack of a better way of saying it. And so what's really interesting here is they shake up these pixels, and they are able to kind of recreate some sort of sense out of the photograph, because these extra pixels that are added in are going to make the image cloudier. And SF says that he has over hundreds of hours of footage. And so we have the front and the back of the house. We have different angles. And so he has been leaking these things out. But the more that he leaks out, the more we will be able to kind of see what is going on. Now, SF, in my opinion, is not credible. He is a crackpot, in my opinion. I think it's so funny that if they are choosing and cherry picking these photographs to put out, or if they are putting out fake photographs and passing them off with fake timestamps, I find it hilarious that they chose to take this photograph when they missed something. Now, criminals are not the smartest beings on the planet. They think they are, but they're actually not, because they think they're getting over on other people, because a lot of them are very narcissistic, and so they can't really see their own flaws. They don't know how to read a room. They're not introspective. They just care about themselves. And they also think that they're wonderful, no matter what they do, no matter what kind of mistakes they make. And so it's really funny, because if they did cherry pick this photo, they failed, because they failed to realize that they're taking a photo when Faith's bedroom light is illuminated at 3:06 in the morning. And that's coming from them, guys. And that's another thing. All of this, craziness, all these shenanigans that we're seeing from them, all of the things that make it super suspicious and make us think. Thank you, Lori. Hey, AMC, good to see you. um all of these things that they're doing, it just makes me laugh, because it's like you're just digging yourself a deeper hole with the public. Like, you're not helping. I appreciate them putting things out there so we can see them. They don't owe anything to us, and I think they might be really pissing off Sumner County Sheriff's Office, because why would they be putting this stuff out there if they really wanted Sebastian to be found? It can jeopardize the investigation, but I don't think they care. But I do think that law enforcement cares, and I do think that they care about keeping those yard signs up, and Yeah, I think they do care. So you guys are being watched, feet. Now, could you guys make sure that we drop Chris's link? I wrote a note for myself this time because I kept forgetting to request that from you guys, and I'm sorry. Now, Chris is awesome, guys. I haven't had a whole lot of chance. I don't watch a whole lot of other creators because it's very hard for me to catch. I used to when I was not a creator myself. I was like always on YouTube watching things, obviously true crime mostly, but these days I don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm planning for a live show and I'll just like kind of go over whatever's new, kind of try to do some quick research during the day to present for you all. But this is good stuff here, and please go over and check out Chris's channel. He's amazing. So if you guys could please drop that link down, but he is The Mob Crew is his name, The Mob Crew, MOB Crew. Now he does bring up this 3D laser scanner also again, and he says that this technology is so amazing that what it can do is it basically will recreate a virtual crime scene. So it takes like thousands of pictures, right? And then what it does is it puts it all together to recreate and reenact things, such as crime scenes. Now, you could take a pair of VR glasses and it's preserving everything in the crime scene. So later on, say, now heaven forbid, guys, and I can't even believe I'm saying this, but this is just an example for today's purposes and today's purposes only, because I pray every single day that this is not the case. But say there's a cold case, and say this one, that's what happens. When they use this technology to preserve the crime scene, somebody could pick this case up later on, and really bring themselves back to what was going on in that day. Super awesome information, super awesome technology. And that's the things, those are the things that criminals don't consider, right? They don't consider, hey, Dreaming, good to see you, honey. Oh yeah, guys, don't dox yourselves, please. Guys, be so very, very, very careful with who you share your personal information with, especially on YouTube. There are some crazy, crazy people out there. Hey, Nanny Nut, good to see you, sweetheart. There are some crazy, 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 crazy people out there that want nothing more than to hurt other people because they are miserable SOBs. They live in a kind of bucket of crabs, if you will. Again, just pulling each other down, never letting any of them up. They don't let them do that to you. And just please, and guys, if you guys could find that comment, Dreaming, please feel free to make sure we get that out of there, because we don't want anybody hey, Nanny Nut, and we don't want anybody getting hurt, right? This case is so crazy. It's brought in a whole gaggle, as SF likes to call it, of strange and unsavory people and characters and all sorts of craziness. So when we're looking at the image that he's talking about, I think it's very interesting how he was talking about how it all comes together and how we may see an image like the one that was like the one I enhanced, and the one that my moderator was able to label and everything, and we were able to show each other what we were looking at. I think that it's really cool how he said that, because there was so much speculation put out by SF talking about how it was like Idaho 4 and all of this nonsense, and clearly we know that this isn't the case, because why would a smart, savvy gentleman like Chris, and again another smart and savvy gentleman like Justin, take a photograph into consideration such as this? Now, even higher than that, we did listen to the Nancy Grace podcast where she goes over all of this, and I cannot believe for one moment at all that someone as intelligent, savvy, and experienced an expert in her field. I mean, she is the queen of true crime, guys. If she thinks it's something, I'm going with Nancy's. I'm going with her assessment. You know, because I think that she is a fact checker, and I think there are, well, I know she is, and I there's no way that she's jeopardizing her position to do something with some sort of a fake doctor photo that somebody, you know, made up. There's just no way that this could have happened like this. Um, from a from an editing standpoint and the software that would be used to edit, there's not a whole lot of ways that this could be done unless you took someone who looked like Mr. Foot and had him carrying something like here, like a bride, or, you know, down here, if you will. Um, it's it's something that it's just not it's not that kind of a made up photograph, in my opinion. It's not a fraudulent photograph. It actually comes from footage from the neighborhood. And I think that we will move on with that right there, to our next. I love Nancy Grace too, Brenda. I do. She's awesome. We're going to move on to this photograph that was on tonight's live. And this was another reason I was running a little bit behind, because I wanted to get these posted in here for us. So let's take a look at this really quick. Now, this is the one that we had already saw. This is from Pincho Paxton's video, where he recreated the lights video by overlaying in some solid items where they would be, but where we couldn't really see them if it's a dark area and things like that. So he's recreated that. He's actually recreated the direct camera angle and how it was set up. Now, bear with me here, because we're going to look closer at this image. This image is a modified image. Obviously, it is not something, it's a lot like the image that we saw that I enhanced, right? Or the image that Justin put out there, you know, that they had been working on. He and his team, and, you know, everybody was working on these images, right? And then this one was shown on his channel, the one that I did, excuse me. However, in this video, in this still shot, you can see the illuminated light coming from the bedroom window, and then you can actually see a person, it looks like, standing there. Now, it's very, very fuzzy. It's dark at night, but in this enhancement, you can definitely see a figure. No, I don't think it's Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. I don't think that's it. But it's very bizarre how we can see this person as if they're walking toward the Proudfoot home, or past the Proudfoot window. And it looks like an arm. So if we think about the way we're looking at this, and it kind of looks like there's a head, but then midway down there, it looks like an arm out. Now, I mean, obviously people don't walk like that, but then again, if you look at it more closely, it looks also like that could just be like the window pane or the bottom of the window. So it's a very interesting picture, and I do think that it was something that we should discuss, just to take a look at it and see what we're looking at. So Stacy, welcome in. Stacy thinks it looks like KP. Very possible, guys. It definitely looks like a human being or person to me, in my opinion. And Judy says Sasquatch doesn't live in Hendersonville. Judy, that's a good one. He or she lives in the mountains. Absolutely, I agree. That's why I was like, don't tell me it's Sasquatch, guys, please, because that's gonna be. I'm just kidding. I'm going to time you out if you call it Sasquatch. That's it. You got to have a juice box, a crayon, sit down for a minute. Yes, thank you, Dreaming. Thank you, Dreaming. You're the best. She says everything's in my opinion, is speculative. Guys, and we really do need to be, extra careful with that. And the reason why is because, we don't want to hurt anybody. When Chris was talking about the integrity and things like that, I'm sure you all saw my community post, and that was the reason why we did that, was because in that photograph, it did look like somebody's face. And then we were thinking more about it, and we're like, oh, that might not be something that would be good to leave up. And so, but it was a hell of an enhancement. Hell of an enhancement. Good night, Lizzie, sweetheart. Thank you for being here, doll. And so let's move on to this photograph. Now, I don't know why all of these pictures kind of look like a male member, so to speak. This one kind of looks like a brain in a way, but I don't know how all of these outlines are coming out to look like odd shapes and things like that. But it is what it is. And I just, that's what we're looking at. This is what we have to work with, folks. So we do see the reflective lights, and I do believe that those are a reflection. Off the light fixtures in the home, out the window. Remember how it works as a mirror. So it is illuminating, and it's also reflective and whatnot. It's mirroring, and then it's pushing outwards, right? So purely speculative, but in this photograph, you can definitely see a person. And then we have this as well. So we're looking here, and this is the exact angle that we are looking at. And then I have one more that I wanted to show you. Now, this is a different enhancement. And remember, guys, when we were talking about a camera and how it sees at night, it does see in grayscale when you are looking back on the surveillance video. And so that is because there is not enough light, obviously. But in this one, the way the light is perceived is in reds, greens, and blues. This one's blue. And we see this now. If you see the way the light changed in the photograph once it was enhanced, I think that is something to kind of take pause at, just to see how that color and that enhancement would make the lights inside that were previously a yellow color more of a light blue illumination. And as you can see, I do believe that that is a reflection, because if you're looking at it, it seems to be that same color. That's definitely light. Obviously, we know that because we could see it in the previous photos and everything. But just that, again, that figure, that form of a person. Now, this one is the one where I think it does look like KP, in my opinion, allegedly, because it almost looks like a woman's hair. And it doesn't look as burly as a man. However, it could very well be Mr. Foot. And I don't think we should really discount anything. Hey, Lil Red. And I don't think we should discount anything as it is, I mean, it's just one of those, gorilla. Somebody says gorilla. Hey, Joe. Good to see you, Joe. Yeah. Vic says it's a gorilla. Is it Grogu? It might be Grogu. No, Grogu's little. It's a big ape, Vic says. Attack of the Planet of the Apes. Joe says, I'm not sure that picture is from the night Sebastian went missing. And Joe, I agree, because who knows where these photographs have come from and how they came about. There's so many people in the area that are local to that area that could have snapped that picture at any time, day or night. And they could be trying to fool people. They could be trying to make us talk about this photograph. So I think that's a stellar observation, because they have pulled us in all these different directions and down all these different rabbit holes. And I think they really enjoy getting off on other people and making themselves feel smarter than what they really are. That is my opinion. And it's just kind of par for the course with this case, because it keeps on going and going like that. They may be leaking these photos out to keep us distracted from what's really going on, and to getting to the bottom of what really happened. So Judy says, not gorilla either, more humanoid. I think it looks like a human too. I think it looks definitely more human, in my opinion. But then again, I wouldn't put it past the SF Joe. He is just not credible, and he's also hindering a lot of stuff. And Faye says the reflection is from the flashlight the person is holding. And it very well could be too. I mean, it looks as if they're walking to the left, but also, it could be them walking to the right. And in that case, if they're holding a flashlight down to the floor, as you would, or down on the ground, to illuminate your path, that could definitely be a possibility. So thank you so much, Faye. And Minnie Panthers agrees with Joe. Judy says, could it be two females? I don't see two people in here, but I would like to do some enhancements on this image myself and see what we can see. So we'll probably go over that tomorrow in the live, and we can see kind of what we can do to enhance it and look at this, because I think it's something that is worth taking a second glance at and seeing what we can actually observe out of the photo. A little red. I have no idea about any of it. I know it's so hard to tell, especially these ones. Now these ones are trickier, right? In my opinion, they're a lot trickier than the image that clearly shows people in it. In my opinion, but this one is going to be because if this is a person, again, field of view is very important to consider in this situation, because obviously the subject would be taller, shorter, depending on camera angles. And just remember, if you're trying to make a tall person look short, it's going to be a higher camera angle at pointed down. It'll make them look taller than they are. Again, if you're trying to make a short person look taller, you would do the downward camera angle going up. So, and Judy says, I like Clover as a name. Clover is a cute name. Clover is adorable. Yes, good to see everyone coming in. Please keep up the hope, guys. Good to see you all, and keep up that hope. Thank you, Dreaming, and thank you for reminding us. We need it. And Minnie Panther says, odd, it looks almost like a cross lit up above. Now, I think, and didn't have a chance to watch the live really tonight. I really didn't have a chance to watch either one of these. All I did was cut it up and I edited a little bit, put a little bit of memes in the beginning just to kind of make you guys giggle a bit on the first, when y'all are coming in. But the rest of it I didn't watch before I came up here, so you guys got to see kind of my reaction as we were going along. Yeah, and I'm not sure. I believe that is something that Chris or whoever did the photo enhancement put in, and that he was talking about the XY axis. I'm thinking that's what that cross is maybe to show the relationship of something in there, and like field of view or something. But I do have to watch his live because we're gonna go over it tomorrow. AMC 52, good to see you, says, could it be KP and Lori? I mean, I am very curious about Lori because Lori lives 6 hours away, according to what I've gathered. And if she was there that morning after the fact, how did she get there so fast? Also, Chris saying that if Sebastian went out the window, he would have screamed and everybody would have heard. So very interesting. Hey, Minnie, good to see you. And Casey Chiefs for Life says, are they holding a flashlight? So that is very possible. It's very possible that they could be holding a flashlight. So very possible, and that would explain the lights on the ground. However, I'm really kind of partial to the idea that that is some illumination coming from the window and reflecting out, just because of what we know about the window lights and how they would work and reflect out. Vic says, I'm old and I didn't learn about this in school, though it's part of looks like a part of an ape. Oh, thought it was part ape. Yeah, I know. Well, Vic, we just didn't have this kind of technology either. You know what I mean? We just didn't have this kind of technology. And I find it to be really interesting that when we're looking at these photographs, we can do these enhancements and we can see things that we wouldn't normally see otherwise. So I think it's really, really awesome. And Joe says, I think SF doctored the timestamp on the image he put out. I believe so, Joe, because it's very easy to do that, and it didn't look like the timestamp or the date as it would be on typical footage that we're used to seeing, in that way. So very, very interesting, and absolutely interesting. So all right, guys. So we're just looking away right here, looking away. Let's see. And you guys have some great comments and great questions. I love that, and I love looking at things from your perspective, because you guys are super smart, and also it sparks so many new ideas, and that's why it's so important to consider and ask people their points of views and what they see, because it could be something totally different than you, and then all of a sudden, voila, you see the same thing they're seeing, or vice versa. Or maybe you could look at it together and really examine it and say, oh wow, well, this is what I see now. It's very, very interesting. Nanny Nut says, I kind of think it's differently uh, a detour. Oh, definitely a detour. I don't know which way this alleged person, if it is a person, is going. I mean, it could be like these photos could be doctored. I mean, we do need to consider the source on these things, but it's still interesting. So Dreaming says, I think people need to get off drama and actually really focus on finding this child and other missing children and people actually to care. I know, Dreaming, that has been something that has been a big issue even in the last couple of days, that I was having to try to remind people, that I was having a really hard time with, because um, the drama definitely takes away from what we are trying to do and accomplish when it comes to finding Sebastian. We should never, ever, ever have to deal with this type of disgusting, ugly behavior when it comes to a child who is missing and he's out there for a year. You would think people would be nice and work together and stop with the madness and just like the nasty. So, but unfortunately, in this case, it seems like until Sebastian is found, it will continue, unfortunately, with the feet on their side creating all of the problems. And then on the other side, which is called the green team, I hate that there's even sides anyway, because it is about Sebastian. But on the green team, they're holding vigils. They are trying to cope with the fact that they haven't found him and we're going on a year. It is just absolutely the most awful case scenario that we can have at the moment. And so I'm really hoping that things will change and we can get back to who it's really about, and which is, it's about Sebastian. It's not about anybody but him. And I think it's sad that the creators can't even, get on with that either. So thank you for your comment, Dreaming. You always have awesome comments and you're super sweet. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us. And Minnie Panther says, I need a doobie. Rolling, rolling, rolling. This case will definitely make you want to do something to ease the mind. It is very frustrating. It's mind-boggling. There's so much information now coming out, but the good part about all of the new information that's coming out is it's keeping Sebastian's name out there. It's keeping his story out there. And I think it's a wonderful thing to be a part of when you're doing the right thing. Like I said, when we did the photo enhancement, it was cross country, and then we also had other people enhancing it. So it was like a whole, it was all across the United States, people coming together for Sebastian. And that's the common goal. And that's how you work together, even if you don't know you're working together, obviously. It's just something that's really, really wonderful and important. And Vic says, I ate one of the cat pot treats to see what would happen. Nothing. Oh no, Vic, don't be eating those. Oh my goodness. I'm glad that nothing bad happened. Oh, Minnie, my cat was ABUSED, and after a few names, he named himself. Aw, I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry. And Judy says, Vic, of course, did you get a headache? Oh, I was wondering that too. Like, how bad was that? Did it taste okay? Aw, I have 5 rescue dogs and 2 rescue cats. That's sweet of you, Mini Panthers. Hey, Cammie, nice to see you. I do too. I do too, Cammie. I think it's an order. Absolutely. Aw. Joe says, could it be a photo of when LE did the reenactment? I don't think they were out there at nighttime. However, if they took a photo from that time, I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't know how it would leak out though, Joe, but that's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, anything's possible at this point. And Brenda says, Cammie, I want many arrests. I want everyone responsible to go down. I hope it's not like poor baby Harmony, where she's still not been found. And let me take my banner off here, guys. Let me take my banner off here so we can see this more clearly. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, but yeah, it's, hold on, let me scroll up here. But it's one of those things where whoever's responsible needs to pay. And I don't want to see it happen like poor little Harmony, where her stepmom got off because she told, she rolled on her husband, so it's just hopefully we can get a solid case, solid conviction, solid incarceration for all involved. And Judy says, I knew you would. And Minnie Panther says, in my opinion, I think Lori and KP might have been lovers. Okay, maybe so. I don't know if they were Mr. Lovas or not. I did hear some speculation about Chris and Katie's marital status and how it was more that could have been an open relationship type thing. Again, I don't really care because I don't see how that would. Well, I guess you know what, Mini Panthers, if that were the case, then that would explain how quiet she is being, though. So I will say that maybe that does bring some relevancy to speculating on that. Because typically if you're in love with somebody, you're not going to throw them under the bus. We don't know how Lori feels because Lori hasn't come out. I find it very curious that Lori has never come out and said, my friend would never do this, or stick up for their friend. That is super bizarre to me, but it also makes me feel bad for Katie because obviously she doesn't really have very many real friends, or they would come out and just say like, hey, she would never do this. I mean, I would do that for my friend. And Yeda was, if we remember Yeda's interview with Bullhorn Betty, she even said the same thing. She said she started watching the interviews and she just thought how bizarre this was and how bizarre that was. And then one day she kind of just wakes up and is like, holy crap, and obviously she's taking notes and everything in her book and each interview, all the inconsistencies she says, but then she realizes, like, holy cow, what if she did do this? Oh my God, I think she did. And so that progression and the way that came about was because of she's watching Katie's behavior. So, oh yeah, Mini Panthers, Judy is awesome. Judy is awesome. You are a good peep, Mini Panther says. Well, you're a good peep too, Mini Panthers. And Judy says, CP said we would have heard it if he went out the window. I found that interesting. Me too, Judy. I found that to be super interesting. Oh, I'm glad you don't have a headache, and I hope your roommate gets some help for her, Vic. I'm sorry. I hope whatever is causing her so much pain and trauma that she can find a different way to cope with things. I'm sorry to hear that. Because I understand. Moonchild says, I believe this picture is from that night. The picture SF posted, he blurred with his part of the picture, but someone else has the picture without it being blurred out. Moonchild, welcome in. Thank you so much. That was a stellar observation. I appreciate your comment, and I absolutely agree. We got to have that out there someplace. And that's what was killing me about that image that Justin posted. And then we had Minnie send it over, and then it was sent over again. And then it was, it was like, where did this come from? I didn't realize where it was coming from. I thought it was a flashlight videos. Then we find out it's another piece of footage. So it's just like, it's crazy. But when you think about it, it had to originate somewhere, right? Because it's not like, anybody made it up. So which piece of footage did it come from? So very good point. Where is the original, and why did he blur out all of those weird things that he blurred out? Faye says, I definitely see a person holding an open flashlight pointing to the right. Well, very, very good observation, Faye. And I think a lot of people are saying that. How many flashlights do we have in here, guys? Like, I've read maybe 4 comments now, maybe 3 or 4 comments. So you guys are thinking it's a flashlight. Okay. Vic says, I was hoping she would eat a bunch and go to sleep. She's so noisy. Oh, that's cute. Hi, just another human. Thank you for listening from the bushes. I appreciate you being here, hon. And AMC 52 says he doesn't look 15 there. No, he does not. And you can also tell because his hair is lighter. I believe that was at a zoo in. I'm not even gonna say it, but I know Seth said where it was. It was like a zoo, or like what am I looking for? Oh, museum type place that he was at. He sure does look happy though, doesn't he? And he's wearing that refuse to quit shirt, and I love that. Can't quit. Always got to keep going. And Judy says, why didn't they give an update, up-to-date photograph? Now, Judy, I agree. And I have a video on that too, because I was upset when I first saw the Texas Roadhouse video, and the photograph that was circulating by the TBI was of the Texas Roadhouse, but it was at an earlier date, a different time that they went, and I always thought that that was from that night. And it obviously wasn't. And so right when I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh. And I did a comparison video, and then people were like, oh no, that, nobody said that was of that night and everything. And I'm like, well, it's definitely of the Texas Roadhouse. And I did a little bit more digging and found out that the menus were the same, so you could see. And so I've proven that that picture was from the Texas Roadhouse, but it wasn't from that night. I don't know why they were doing that. I don't know why Katie told Seth that the picture from Costco was from the day before. It definitely looks like Sebastian is much younger in that picture, in my opinion, as well. Sebastian's like super cute, photogenic kid. So I don't know why they didn't have more pictures of him, but the Proud Feet have also said they didn't have a lot of pictures of him because they thought he looked funny, that he was funny looking. And in my opinion, that is just like some sick shit right there to say about your son that's missing. So, I mean, that's another huge red flag that we've seen early on in the case. But thank you for your comment, Judy. I totally agree. And Minnie Panther says, look at us making friends. Ah, you guys are cute. Vic says, please don't give her too many. Vic, who's the man on the screen? That is Edgar Allan Poe. And he is a writer, poet, really interesting guy. But his quote is up here. And let me take this down really quick. Yeah, and it says, believe nothing you hear and only half of what you see. And that's Edgar Allan Poe. It's been kind of recycled and redid all over. So that was one variation of the quote. But I really like that because it's like we can't always believe what our eyes are seeing. Sometimes we can't believe everything we hear. And so and even if we think we hear it, I thought it was like something that really rang true in Sebastian's case. Um, And Mini Panther says, in the beginning, they were all old photos. They tried to misrepresent, in my opinion. I agree completely, Mini Panthers. That's one thing that frustrated me so much. And there was all different types of information on different flyers. It was just complete chaos, in my opinion. It was one of those things where it was like, what are we doing, here? All right, Rebecca. Rebecca got it. Thank you, Rebecca. And Judy says, oh, yeah, said the Raven nevermore. Judy, you guys are awesome. Poe used to rent cats when he traveled to sleep with. Aw, that's so cute. He rented cats? I didn't even know you can rent a cat. I love cats. And Vic says she didn't get none. Oh, sorry. That was you guys' personal conversation. I apologize. And yet they wrote the black cat. Or she said, and yet he wrote the black cat. Judy. Oh. Oh, the beating heart dude. Yes, yes, Vic. Vic says, or Judy says, Vic, that's why you shouldn't let her have too many. Aw. Rebecca says, Poe is the father of the detective novel genre. He really is. And like I just thought it would be cool. And then I saw it today and I thought, well, that would be a good one for tonight's live because I have used it before, but I'm so happy that you guys know that. And Brenda says, I'm constantly praying for Seth and Sebastian. I am too, Brenda. I am too. And honestly, I do. I pray for clarity for Katie and Chris. I really do. And I hope that Katie can, if she didn't have anything to do with this, that she can get out of that relationship because I think it's very toxic and it's just too bad, it's I got change says looks like a box and someone walking in front of it. Okay, cool. I mean, it could be a box out there and it could definitely be somebody walking. I mean, it looks like a figure of a human. And that's why with the other photos that were enhanced, I was just like, it totally looks like a person, it looks like facial features, beard, etc. And Vic says, Judy, I'm the one who ate one. Cat treats, cat treats. Pink butterfly, good to see you. Judy, I just saw a radar. You might get rain. You'll be okay. It's fast moving storm. Oh, wow. Be careful in the storm, guys. Maybe that's why my internet was knocking out a couple times tonight. I don't know. It was weird. Judy says there are some people on YouTube that will never get off a drama. Oh, amen, Judy. Golly. It's how they live, how they escape their own lives, in my humble opinion, from life's experience. That's been my experience as well, Judy. And the hard thing is that we all kind of enjoy a little bit of drama here and there. But when I hear that people wake up and the first thing they do in the morning is go watch someone they hate, I can't think of a worse a worse way to start my day off than watching someone I hate. I mean, just think of how morbid your day would be and how deranged you would be thinking when all you're doing is taking in and absorbing that negativity. It's just like absolutely awful. Um, Good night, Brenda. Much love to you, honey. Sleep well. And Judy says, Vic. Oh, sorry, guys. That's another one. Night, Brenda. Oh, Megan Boswell's trial starts in the morning at 9 a.m. Thank you, Nanny Nut. Poor baby Boswell, guys. I hope justice comes and it's swift and stern for baby Boswell. Her mother, Megan, is accused of unaliving her, and they found her deceased. And unfortunately, her mother lied, and she knew where she was the whole time. And gosh, baby Boswell is just a beautiful, beautiful little soul, and I hope and pray for justice. And Faye says, my friend's husband returned drunk one night and ate the dog ate the dog food from the fridge. Faye. Oh my gosh. I hope he didn't get sick. I guess he wouldn't, but oh, I bet you he woke up and that was a bad taste to wake up to. Oh, good Lord. Aw, Vic says, I'm not going to watch that case. Way too sad. What a beautiful baby. Oh my gosh. Was she ever, guys? And you know what's so stinking strange is she looked just like her mama. I mean, just a spitting image of her mom. So sad. Cammy who wants to swing with the feet. Not I. Not I. Some people just have, a propensity for that stuff, and they might need to get some help on that. But Joe says none of the people that know the Foots and Socks have come out and said anything nice about any of them. That's why, I mean, yeah, Joe, that's what I'm saying. It's so odd. Like, how do they not come out and say anything about them? How do they not? I would. The only person that vouched for the feet was that guy that was in Duchess's live, and his name was Julio, and he said he worked with Chris, and Chris was awesome and great and blah, blah, blah. But that was it. But the lady that was there that weekend with Katie hasn't said a peep. It speaks volumes. And Little Red says the disgusting lies told by those hate channels should never be being said. Falsely accusing people of creating fake photos is reaching too far. I couldn't agree more, Little Red. It just gets to the point where and it's because they're worried. Here's another thing that I observed when it comes to this photograph and how it was received. The hate channels lost their shit. I mean, they couldn't handle it. It was like they totally lost it. And then Nancy Grace picked it up, and it was like they just absolutely trolled the crap. I can't even believe their videos can be played. But I clapped back at Clue. I haven't given her a second thought since then. I said my piece. I think they're just really gross people who love to wake up every morning and hate. Because that's like the worst way to start out your day. Like, I'm gonna get my morning coffee and put some extra hate in there, and then I'm gonna watch my enemy. Like, what is wrong with you? If you don't like somebody, don't watch them. Because it's just, you're ruining yourself. You're doing yourself a disservice. And let's see here. I can't. Oh, cat. Judy, definitely charging my phone. Volume 1, distract me. Julie. Julie, nice to see you. Artfully Open. I made a comment on Jason's latest video, and I think SF gave the image of a person taking the trash out earlier in the evening. What explained clouds visible? Oh, awesome, Julie. I'm going to have to check that out for tomorrow's live, and we'll go over it, guys. We will definitely go over it. Mini Panther says, I don't think Auntie Nancy would have hired it with, excuse me, I don't think Auntie Nancy would have aired it without verifying, in my opinion. Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. She would not have done that. She is too professional for that nonsense. And that's what really gave this photo credibility, in my opinion, was Miss Nancy Grace saying, I don't give a crap about those trolls. She wants to find Sebastian. And that's why we love her, because she's about justice. All right. Alrighty, so and Minnie Panther says, Lady, did you know Poe rented cats when he traveled to sleep with? I did not know that. No, that was the first time I ever heard that. That's awesome. Um, that's awesome. And Dreaming says, please, in my opinion, or allegedly, and let's not spread rumors, not helping with the missing child case. Thank you, Dreaming. Thank you very much. And it's very hard, because we do have to just speculate, and even if we know something to be true, or, it's just hard because it's not like we can post a receipt in here in the chat. So that's why we always have to use allegedly, in my opinion. And even when I present you all things, I will produce a receipt and something to back it up. I'm typically not going to show you something without doing that, because I think it really matters to put things into context and to, just to be as accurate as possible. And then also, we are all innocent until proven guilty in a court of law in the United States. So Dreaming, absolutely. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And thank you for dropping Mob Crew's link. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Good night, Nanny Nut. Nice to see you, honey. I'm glad you were here. Lori, thank you for the green hearts. Yeah, I will check out a little bit of Baby Boswell. I just have so much catching up to do because of all of the drama from the picture. Honestly, it all trickles down. But I'm confident that if it is something that can be put out there to help advance this case, or some pressure, or keep it going and speculating on it and keeping it alive, then at the end it is worth everything. Everything. Because Sebastian would be found. We can find out what happened to him and he can get justice. Either way. Good point, Lil Red. The entire four have gone silent. Yeah, they know not to talk. Exactly. And I do believe they have lawyers now. Oh boy. The toilets. Lil Red says no need to apologize. Just want to talk about this case. That's all. Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that, guys, too, because it is something, Sebastian's case, there's so much to talk about and so many very interesting tidbits that we can go over. So definitely, Rebecca says, I definitely think this case is going to be solved by digital evidence besides traditional. Rebecca, that's a great point. And then also, when we're bringing in that 3D 3D scan technology, it's really awesome. Laser scan. Yes, Lil Red. Nancy Grace has been in the business a long time. She absolutely has. No one was reprimanded. And that's another thing. People were um, spreading around all of this false rhetoric, like, oh, whoever did that image is a fraud and they're going to be put in jail and FBI is going to be coming. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Whoa. I was like, let's just back it up. And like I said, I'm going to make a playlist for you guys so you can go back and see exactly how this all progressed from the time that I posted it until the time, and I enhanced it and everything and put it out there. until now, and I've given the same story over and over again. So hopefully, if you want to go back and watch those, there would be a great point of reference. So Minnie Panther says, tell me trolls are jealous about the creators Nancy had on without telling me trolls are jealous, Minnie. Yes, exactly. And there was so much jealousy and ugliness, and bullying and just things that do not belong in Sebastian's case. We are all free to speculate on what we think, and the speculation that was done was speculation that was across country, again, to communicate when we're labeling. They were taking that out of context, and I find it very funny that as much as SF and his little team of crybabies was bitching about this photo, they never, not once, took the names off the photo. They left the names on the photo. I'm like, you guys are really not bright. Like, you guys really need to cover your ass, especially when you're going to post a picture where we can see a big light on in Katie's house at 3 a.m. when nobody else is supposed to be home but her. Come on. Sounds like somebody might have been staying in the guest bedroom that night. And Dreamy, or Faith's bedroom, aka the extra bedroom. And Dreaming says, Judy, everything is in my opinion. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks. Edgar Allan Poe was a strange man. He really was. He was a very eccentric, special individual, very talented, very introspective, and he's put out so many great works that really make us wonder and think. And I love that about him. Super clever man. Yes, thank you, Judy. Thank you, Judy. I always say that too. I'm like, I'm using the brain that God gave me, Judy. And that's what's just important right now, especially because these trolls are crazy. And then also, these people would rather get everybody else in trouble besides themselves. And they were the last ones with Sebastian, not any of us. Um, their main goal, in my opinion, is to spread misinformation, discord, and hatred. And it's really absolutely disgusting. Whistle while you lurk. Good to see you. She says, Edgar Allan Poe is one of my favorite poets. Me too. Oh my gosh, one of my favorites. He was haunted. I believe that too. If you look into his eyes, he was definitely someone who, um, and they do say like the tortured poets and stuff like that, because poets are very sensitive humans. They're, like I said, they're people that are willing to be so vulnerable to put themselves out there and their feelings and their thoughts and their creations. And so I just really like people like that. I really respect that. And whenever you put out, and that's why it's so hard. And I could see Chris having a hard time in the beginning of the live talking about another creator. It is very difficult to talk about another creator because we all know how hard it is. It's not easy to edit videos. It's not easy to put together live shows. It's not easy to get up here for me to speak and talk to you all. You open yourself up to so much hatred and rudeness. And when you put something out into the world that wasn't there before, it's always a huge gamble because you don't know how it will be received. And it's something that is so vulnerable, but without vulnerability, then we can't ever have creativity. And so I'm thankful for that. But it is something that when you put yourself out there, and especially when you really care, and you're genuine, it's inauthentic. Some people see that and they know it's real, so they do just want to discredit you. And I think that's really what we see a lot of when it comes to this photo. And Rebecca says, Poe's demise is an ongoing mystery that is quite fitting. I agree. And I guess I didn't even really make that connection, Rebecca. So thank you so much. And no, he was the beating heart he heard. Yeah. And that's the thing too. You know, again, show yourself, to others, when you wear your heart on your sleeve, you're always opening yourself up to whatever may come. And I think that is one of the bravest things that somebody can do. Yes, Judy, thank you. He lost the love of his life. He was haunted. And I think that a lot of people live like that. And honestly, when we look back at Sebastian's photograph, you guys just give me the goosebumps. You gave me the goosebumps. Look at that sweet, happy child in the bottom left corner of your screen. And look at the child on the top right-hand side of your screen. I think Sebastian looks haunted right there. Right there. Here's another one that I did with Poe. Judy says calling Nancy Grace a hack. Get the I cannot believe, I just can't believe it. Like, gosh, I don't know. There's been things that I've disagreed with Nancy on, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, who the hell am I? And that's what they need to remember. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of comical. Aw. And Faye says people that are able to put their hands on a child is capable of about anything, in my opinion. Faye, I agree. And if we think about what kind of sinister actions may have transpired in this case, it's absolutely so, like, bone chilling. Lil Red says that child lived on eggshells every damn day in that house. I agree 100 and million bajillion percent. There is no doubt about it. I believe that Katie did as well. I truly believe that. I truly believe that anyone who lived or does live, with Chris is, again, a haunted individual from having to live under his rule, under his regime, under his control. So thank you, Lil Red. I could not agree more. And Minnie Panther says he really was. They were so ABUSIVE, in my opinion, and I do believe that as well. I believe they are, and they were, and that stuff doesn't change, unfortunately, even though we want it desperately to change. And Minnie Panther says, Poe was an orphan at age 4 and then was adopted. Okay, so I did some research, and a child's formative years are the first 5 years, and so that explains a lot too. Many Panthers, thank you. That house was like boot camp. I agree. Pink butterfly. And Judy says emotional and verbal abuse is worse than physical. I don't think anyone's trauma is worse than the other person's trauma. But I get what you're saying, Judy, because words do hurt, right? But as somebody who was also physically, I was mentally and emotionally and verbally, it was a whole 9 yards. But both of them have stuck with me because I do have like physical scars that I don't want to point out, but I will say that there are things that I can look in the mirror, or I can look at old pictures of myself, and I could see that because I've been hit in the face a couple too many times, that it changed the way I look. And so those are things that people wouldn't notice because, especially if they didn't know me, but I know myself better than anybody does. And Ugh, no, nobody's trauma. And that's the thing, guys. When we're talking about this case, there's a lot of trauma in this case, a lot of generational trauma from Katie. Something had to have happened to the foot for him to be such a hateful bastard. And so super narcissistic. Some of the people that hurt people the most are the most damaged people out there, right? And they just go around damaging other people. But yeah, no, nobody's trauma supersedes another. And that was one thing I think that was really making me frustrated with with Katie when she was talking about that in the beginning, about how you don't know. Well, there are people who actually do know. There are people whose children have been missing. There's people that, who there's people out there that go missing. So, it's like, and we all deal with things in a different way. We all experience things differently. And so we can't say that we would know how someone else feels or thinks or anything like that, or how they should react. It's just that when we look at some similarities, and because a lot of us do follow many different cases in true crime, there are just a lot of things historically that we can put together and we can kind of associate with other cases. And so that kind of gives us a different level of a different level of an inference, an educated guess as to what could happen or what did happen. And history repeats itself, and there's established patterns, that we all see. So, um, and Lori is doing the green hearts for Sebastian. Thank you so much. And Minnie Panther says they have been caught in so many lies. Oh my gosh, in my opinion, yes, in my opinion as well. They really have been. A lot of lies, inconsistencies, a lot of bragging about how the police weren't really doing anything. And the police told them this, the police told them that. So that's just a lot. You're right. And Judy says, Lady, the words still stick in my head that my siblings and cousins said to me my entire childhood and early adulthood. The words abuse, trauma, I've worked through. I know I know others are different. Yeah, and that's why it's so important that if you're feeling that way and you're experiencing a level of trauma that is affecting your personal life, and it sticks with you. You're absolutely right, Judy. And I am so sorry that that happened to you, because you did not deserve that. Nobody deserves to be mistreated. And if somebody is mistreating you, do not let them do it again, and get as far away from them as possible, because once that happens, you cannot tolerate it, right? You have to take yourself away. And even if they come and they say, I didn't mean to, or it won't happen again, you are taking a major, major risk of it happening again if you allow them back into your lives. And so sometimes, as hard as it is to make that decision, we must, because as you said, we're giving them another opportunity to bully or degrade or to basically beat the crap out of you verbally, for lack of a better way to say it. And that is like a mental punch, right? Um, but I just know that when a woman who has been hit by her husband goes into another relationship, and I wish Unnamed True Crime Channel was here, because she came up on my panel and she discussed this. The new person that she had found that she was with would never dream of putting hands on her. But every time he came too close to her, she went like this and would flinch. Now you tell me that didn't stick with her. You tell me that whenever a woman such as myself, that I went through this, was stalked by her ex-husband, I watch my back, even though they're in Missouri and I'm in Florida now. And the reason I'm here was to get the hell away, far away, as far as I possibly could. And with that being said, yes, you can be mentally punched, but you also could be physically punched. And when that happens, it sticks with you. If you're used to being beat down all the time, whether it is mentally, physically, emotionally, financially, if somebody's always telling you what a horrible person you are and that you're nothing and nobody else is going to love you, that is disgusting. And you guys, if you're going through it, please get out of it, right? Find a way. It's not going to be an automatic thing, but it needs to stop. And that goes for friendships, everything like that. When somebody's willing to just completely um, disregard your feelings and not see your feelings at all and only worry about their feelings, that is a person that you do not want to be around anymore, because they don't have your best interest at heart, and they don't love you like you need to be loved. Um, they just don't. And I know that's the hardest pill to swallow. There's a lot of people that will come into our lives only to use us for what we have, and then they'll leave you with nothing. And sometimes they take more than anything. They just take, 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 take. They never give anything. Not one single thing. And they don't mind if they take from you and they just leave you there with nothing. It's sad. But if you know these people, get the hell away from them as fast as you can. And if you're living with them and you don't have the means to get away from them, find money, hide money, get out. Please, I'm begging you, because even if they've never put hands on you before, and even if it's only a mental type of ABUSE, it still could result in you passing away and not being here anymore with the people who love you and before you were supposed to be gone. And that's the best disclaimer I can give. So please, please. And Lil Red says, I do not believe anyone is born a hateful narcissist sociopath. I feel like trauma and childhood abuses create those people. Babies don't know hate. Absolutely, Lil Red. That is so well said. I believe it's definitely, a nurture over nature. Definitely, because I think that sometimes there's things that are so horrific that it changes your whole brain completely. And that's why we have complex PTSD, and we have PTSD, because and those are things that not just soldiers experience. Because when they diagnosed me, I thought, well, I'm not a soldier, I've never been in a war or anything like that, but I actually was in a war. I lived in a war zone. I couldn't get out of a war zone, and I was in that war zone for years, like a decade. And I was 16 when I got into it. Of course, it didn't start out that way. Otherwise, it never starts out that way. It starts with a charming person, a charming narcissist, sociopath, like what Lil Red said. And they make you believe that they are a good person and that they love you and that they got your best interests at heart, and they mirror match you and they love bomb you, and you're just so great, and I love you so much. And then when they have your love and your attention, affection, then they pull it out, they pull the rug out from under you, they drop that mask, and all of a sudden it's like, who the hell is this person? Where'd you come from? And how the hell are you sleeping next to me? It's absolutely sick. So, just beware out there, guys. Aw. Yeah, Vic, I can understand that too. My daughter's old. Way too many lies, Lori says. And Rebecca says, yes, KP is not some shrinking violet, in my opinion. No, definitely not. I'll tell you one thing I believe about Katie. She's super smart. She's a savvy lady. She's done a lot in her lifetime. She's served in the Navy. She's had success in the Navy. She is very versed when it comes to technology and installing camera systems and things like that, oddly enough. And she also, and this is something I was talking with a friend about earlier today. The problem with Katie is that some women don't have any way to get out because they don't have the money, right? Because they're being financially abused. And so when we consider this, Katie has the means to leave, but is the reason she stays fear-based. Has she tried to leave Mr. Foot in the past and he stalk her or grab her back or beat her up or whatever it may be, and she ended up back with him? Begged her, told her it'll never happen again. I'm so sorry. I love you. All the bullshit. All of the bullshit. So that's one thing I really do. I really do consider that. I do. I said I do. I do consider that. I do. And Lil Red says, sorry to hear of your loss, Vic. Lodging your child is, losing your child is the worst pain a person can feel. Lil Red, I think she meant to, that they went away for school. I'm sorry. If I got that wrong, guys, let me know. Yeah, Vic, that's a good point. I don't believe that that happened either. I think that that KP didn't bond with Sebastian. I think that Seth absolutely did, according to what we know. Absolutely. And Faye says, "Okay, Katie, it's time to tell us where Sebastian is." I know, Faye. I'm just so ready for it too. I'm just so ready for it too. Well, guys, I'm going to hop off of here. We're going to get a live fired up for tonight and get it ready. I will be back with you all. I love you all very much. I think you guys are wonderful. I think you guys are super smart. Okay, I'm falling asleep too, Tori. I'm falling asleep with you. I'm like, you guys are going to see me snoozing over here. Thank you all so much for all of your opinions. I love it. I love seeing all of your opinions and hearing all of your thoughts. Lori says exactly 100%. Thank you, Lori. And Judy says, I'm fixing my relationship with my eldest sister, but I'll never trust her again. I'm fixing it because is what my mother would want, and what I should have done before. It should be done before I leave this earth. You know, Judy, I agree. I think there is a lot to be said about working things out. You can always forgive, but you don't always have to forget. And then you know who you can let your guard down with and who you can't, and the boundaries are super important. So if there's somebody that has done you wrong and you feel like you can put some appropriate boundaries in, that would lessen the risk the second time around. Just a thought. Although I don't really promote a whole lot of things, but I do promote listening to your mom, Judy. I do. I do. I really do. And Lil Red, I'm so sorry. I know that you have lost a child, and it should never happen. That's my take on it. It should never ever ever happen that you bury your child, ever ever ever. You guys have a wonderful night. You have a wonderful night, Rebecca. I'm so sorry. You guys are amazing, and I love you all, and let's help find Sebastian. Let's keep it awesome on those YouTube streets. Oh, and then one more thing. Juicy Jules, good to see you. Oh, pink butterfly. Oh, hid money under the mattress. Or excuse me, hid money under the floor mat, and when I had to leave fast and need gas, he broke. Oh my goodness, honey. Oh my goodness. Guys, and that's another thing. When you break a bone, it doesn't heal the way it should, and you have issues and pain for the rest of your life, physical pain for the rest of your life. So every time you wake up in the morning and you can't move because you've been beat so bad, you remember that. It sticks with you. Please don't and Judy, I love you, but I just don't want that stigma. Don't let anybody ever tell you that one type of ABUSE is better than another. Please, I'm begging you, do not let them do it, because it's not true. It's a lie. It's a lie. Because you don't know what another person feels like. You know, some people can let words roll off their back. Other people can't. Some people could take a punch and it might not be that bad. And if it heals, they forget about it. But you got to understand that in these very severe cases, like where people get SHOT, they have to look at that bullet every single day. They wake up, they go to put their bathing suit on, get out to the pool, and they got a big bullet hole right here that used to be their shoulder. Guys, you don't forget that. It sticks with you. And then everybody says, "What happened to your shoulder?" And you have to say, "My ex-husband, who I loved, who I gave children to, who I took care of, fed, washed his clothes. Yeah, he shot me." I mean, just please be compassionate to other people. Please, I'm begging you. And don't ever let anybody tell you some trauma is not like the other. Really quick, guys, be expecting an email from me because we are going to tighten up the mod squad over here. And I really need to get a hold of you all and just give you guys, a heads up on what we're going to be doing. So if you guys could email this brand new mod email, guys, and also I'm calling all mods. I would like to put together because we're going to be kind of structuring the mod squad, right? So I spent a lot of today working on that with a manager, and so we're going to be working on that, and you'll have every day you'll have the links. That way you guys can post them and it can be a lot more organized. And I apologize to all of my fantastic mods out there that I wasn't more organized in the beginning, but I plan to be a lot more organized in the future. And so we're going to work on that. But if you will please, and if you do want to stay a mod, if you will please, where did I do with that darn email? It's going to be, I know I wrote it down. So I wrote it down and I sent it to my manager. But either way, it's going to be called Lady Freedom's Mod Squad. So it's LADYS FREEDOMS Mod Squad at gmail.com. So Lady Freedoms without an apostrophe, just Lady Freedoms with an S Mod Squad at gmail.com. And I would love to hear from you all. Judy, thank you for becoming a member, sweetheart. I really appreciate you. And so, hey, Star, I'm so glad you popped in, honey, because I was just giving out the new mod email. So it's Lady Freedoms. And if anybody needs to text me or if anybody needs to email me at the Lady Freedoms raw narratives at gmail.com, feel free to do that and say I forgot the mod email. But I'm also going to post it on my community wall. I post a lot of things over there. So if you're a mod, come on down. Or if you'd like to, if you would like to be a mod, we would love to have you. So we're definitely looking for people for that. So I'm really excited, guys. We're going to move the channel forward. Ever since I had the nod from Nancy Grace, the channel has grown tremendously. I'm so super grateful for that. And I can't thank all of you all enough for being here. Everyone that's new, everyone that's been with me from the beginning. I absolutely love all of you. Everyone I was friends with before. You guys mean the world to me, and my channel would be absolutely nothing without you. And so I could absolutely not do it without you. And the mods, same thing. Thank you for posting links all the time and being so amazing. I really, really, really greatly appreciate you. And Judy says, my mother also told me to let that sister know she knew about the tattoo. Judy. That's so cute. That's so cute. Alrighty. Oh, thank you, Tori Banks, for posting Lil Red's link. Thanks, guys. And I will see you all very, very soon tomorrow. Hey, Joseph Rapp, good to see you, sweetheart. Good to see you. The picture of Sebastian is not good. He does not look like he does now. Yeah, 16, not 12. I know, Joseph. We were talking about that too earlier. You're absolutely right. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, my loves. Thank you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for patiently waiting while I had to take an extra day off this week, but we're going to be back to our regularly scheduled program at 6 lives a week because I miss you guys too much when I'm not here. All right. Thank you. Have a great night, guys. Let's find Sebastian and let's keep it focused on Sebastian and true crime. Thank you.